All right, I will. Okay. Can I control that volume or is that what it needs to be? Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. I will call the meeting to order. Thank you all for participating in the Education Agency Task Force Study Committee. We will start with some procedural business. We will not be breaking for lunch, but we will break for a couple bathroom breaks. So if there's an immediate need, let us know, but we'll try to factor those into the meeting as necessary. I'm calling the meeting of order. We need to elect the permanent co-chairs, myself and Representative Brent Seacrest. Do I need a motion for that?
So moved.
Okay,
Thank you.
there's a motion. All in favor, second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you for that. You've all have a copy of the proposed rules. We need to adopt the rules. Do I need a motion for that also? Okay, I'll take a motion to adopt the rules. We have a motion, second. Second, all in favor to adopt the rules, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. So opening remarks. Just want to welcome everybody here in the room and as well as everyone who is taking time out to participate on the task force representing your various stakeholder groups. I want to welcome everyone that's watching online as well. This is important business that we're doing to ensure that we are providing high quality services to the recipients of the services and the teachers that are providing those services and making sure that we're using our resources thoughtfully and efficiently. So it's important work that we're doing today. And I want to, again, thank you all for your commitment to it and look forward to a robust conversation today. With that, I'll turn it over to my co-chair. Do you have any opening remarks?
Oh, you turn yours off there. There we go. They worked this year. Who knew? I'll just have a few remarks. I may save most of them until we kind of go around the table. Kind of the thought process for today is we're here because the legislation that was passed calls for a task force study. And before you have the issues that the legislation asks us to take a look at. When you look at that, it's pretty overwhelming. And so we recognize today that we will not have all the information we need. That's part of the process here is to figure out exactly what we need to find out in order for this task force to make recommendations in many of these areas. Some of them may be pretty easy, some of them will not be easy. And so we fully understand that today is more of a conversation where we're going to kind of figure out what we need to find out, what research, what data we need so that we can move ahead with that. So the agenda for today, as you know, is we'd like to go around the room, introduce yourself, say anything that you have on your mind. If you don't have to say a lot, but just to kind of say what group you may be representing and some of the thoughts you may have. After we do that, then we intend to go to the list of issues that were set out in the legislation and just start talking about each one of those and see what information we know, what information we don't know, and where we may want to go. So that's just kind of the outline for today so that we can kind of figure out where we need to go in the future. So with that, I would, I guess, go to my right, Senator Donahue.
Thanks for everybody for being here today. I am Senator Molly Donahue. I am also a special education teacher of 34 years in the Cedar Rapids Community School District. So I'm very interested in what happens here today and into the future. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Henry Stone, Majority Whip in the House. Sit on the Education Committee. I'm glad to be a part of this process. I think we'll all learn a lot. Some of the recommendations coming forward. This is a very important process for our kids. First and foremost, everyone sitting at this table will play a huge impact for our children and our grandchildren. So I look forward to hearing everybody's recommendations and possibly making a few proposals at the end of today. So thank you.
I'm the first public member that has to speak. So I am representing the classroom teachers of the state, which is quite a few. So it's a lot. Full disclosure, I used to work for Representative Seacrest when he was Speaker of the House. So I have a little background there also. So I was trying to do some homework on this and I was reading code because that's what I used to do. And I was talking to my friends on staff and I couldn't get very far because AEA appropriations are not very transparent. I think I would have to call the Department of Management to actually find where money is allocated to and how it's spent. So I do think that maybe transparency would help the public and everyone know and feel more comfortable with how things happen, because it does not seem very transparent. However, with that said, I have been a classroom teacher for 12 years. And every AEA employee that I have worked with that has been in a building has been phenomenal. Their dedication to student learning is unquestionable. So I am in full support of that. However, I am concerned. I have friends that work in AEAs, and they talk about some employees that are not in buildings, that are, which not even not working with students. So there are some concerns about that. I also am concerned about how the AEA money that is now being allocated to LEAs is being spent. What is happening with that 60% of educational services money? But my main focus is making sure that there are trained teachers and paras in the building, especially when it comes to special education. I was talking to Andrea before. She has students or children that are getting these services, and the lack of paras in buildings and the lack of training of paras is a huge concern. And I don't know if it's the legislature's job or how that changes, but to ensure that those paras are trained and teachers are trained how to work with special ed students, specifically in the area of autism. I don't know if this goes back to teacher prep programming but that is a huge, because that population is growing immensely. So, I mean, that's going to be my focus today and probably in the future.
My name is Andrea Carlson, and I'm from Indianola. I am representing a parent of a child with a 504 plan. However, I have a child with an IEP as well. I have had, my youngest had, from birth, was born with several medical conditions, and we've utilized AEA services since birth through early intervention. He's had an IEP since the age of 3, and he's now in the 4th grade. I have a son with a 504 plan for selective mutism and has had that since 6th grade. He is now in the 8th grade. We've seen changes in what we've had access to in the amount of time that we're needing to. And I'm here as a concerned parent on behalf of other parents with 504 plans.
Good morning. My name is Jane Dufault. I am the governor's education policy advisor, and I'm really pleased to be here this morning as a member of this legislative council's task force on AEAs. Just 8 months ago, the legislature supported bold reform to a 50-year-old $530 million system to ensure that that investment is best serving our schools, our teachers, and most importantly, our students. As a result of that legislation, our local school districts regained control of their media and educational service dollars. AEAs engaged in meaningful feedback with superintendents and became even more responsive to their customers' needs. And Iowa's Department of Education restored the critically important Division of Special Education. Today, our local school districts, area education agencies, and Iowa State Education Agency are collaborating more closely together than ever to identify efficiencies, create unprecedented system coordination, and implement consistency of high quality services for the benefit of all students, teachers, and families. I look forward to today's conversation and to hearing everyone's input. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Yellick. I'm the Chief Administrator of Heartland Area Education Agency, which serves the central part of the state. We are really excited to have the task force convene today to talk about many, many important issues. As you know, last year through the conversations regarding the AEA reform bill, all systems can improve, and we are open to that feedback and that opportunity to improve. A couple of things I wanted to highlight this morning in comments is one, we don't know the full impact of the legislation yet. Several things were at play. One, we're just early in the implementation cycle. Two, we used a lot of different funding sources this year to stabilize our employees because contracts had already been let last year. So as we adjust to meet the full implication of the bill, you'll see additional adjustments in staffing. So just want people to know that this snapshot at this time is probably not a true snapshot of where we'll be about a year from now. Two, there's been a huge impact on staff burden and sustainability. I think the public comments that were submitted highlighted some of those. So I just think we need to be mindful of stabilizing services for kids. It's not about stabilizing a system. It's about stabilizing what we have for children in our state. We have seen at this early implementation stage a real difference in equity issue in rural delivery in rural schools versus those in urban centers. And I think as we continue to move forward with reform, we want to keep an eye on that. So whether you're a student in rural Iowa or one of our urban centers, you still have access to high quality services. We're super hopeful that through this process with the task force, we are going to be able to stabilize services and get those high quality services that are most impactful for students identified. And then we also have some real hope in how we support our non-public partners, as that is something that is evolving in our state. And as Ms. Defoe pointed out, original code on the system was written about 50 years ago, where we had a very different system. So we are anxious and hopeful that we will resolve and improve services to all students in our state, no matter whether they're in a public, non-public, or some other kind of setting. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robin Moss, and I am here to represent small schools as a special education teacher. I have taught in rural schools as a general education teacher and a special education teacher. I also have experience working for the AEA. So one could say I have walked the walk that a lot of the discussion that we are having is around. I have a lot of interest in making sure that all services are equitable for those rural schools who are very often at a geographic disadvantage. As Ms. Hunt said earlier, clarity and being transparent is very important. When I found out that I was selected to be on this task force, one of the things that I did is instantly began research. One of my favorite quotes from college was, "In God we trust, but everyone else bring your data." And so I started looking for the data. And one of the things that I could find was a task force report from the task force that was created in 2010. And the report was published in 2011. And one of the things that I did was I started looking at those recommendations from that task force. What were the recommendations that the DE was responsible for? What were the recommendations that the AEA was responsible for? And really looking at where is the accountability measure for finance, for structure, for governance, and just really looking at those. And one of the things that really piqued my interest as a parent, as an educator, and just as a citizen of the state that really just caught my attention was how the flow through dollars for Ed Media and those were created was that when the county board system prior to the AEA system was established, those funds were levied by each board of education. Then when the AEAs were created, that levy system stayed there. So the way that task force kind of made it, seem was that that is how those AEAs are funded. So if we want to keep that system in place, how are we going to continue to fund the AEAs and, really kind of digging into that. So just keeping that in the mind, that mindset that if we're going to take the only source of funding for AEAs other than that special ed fund. And we're going to give most of it to schools, which they've never, ever had before. What are we going to do? So I think topics and conversations around that are going to be crucial, and just making sure that we have conversations around our most precious resource in this state, and thinking of them as children in a system, and making sure that no one at this table has the mindset that we're being bothered with it, and making sure that we keep the focus as this is our state's most precious resource that we have.
Good morning. Corey Seymour is my name. I'm representing superintendents with a district that has 1,000 or more students. I've been in education for about 30 years, and I've worked in 3 different states. So I've seen service centers from several different states, and which we call AEAs here. So I think I'm going to bring a different element from those experiences that I've had with that. I just want simply put, is remembering the decisions that we made will affect generations to come. There are children that haven't even been born yet that will feel the decisions that are made in here today. So I'm just asking that we could collaborate and be respectful and have an understanding that when it's all said and done, that we put children first, put everything else aside, but do what's in the best interest of our children in our state right now. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Senator Len Evans, Iowa Senate District 3, 38 years as an educator, 20 as an administrator. I too had a daughter who was on a 504 plan. She was critically ill from 2 until 11 and actually continued to receive services after that. So I see this from an educator's perspective, as a teacher in the classroom, as an administrator, as a former superintendent who watched AEA dollars flow through my budget every year, hundreds of thousands of it. But never once did my school board have any input on how those were spent or the services that received in return. The people who were elected by their local constituents to represent them at the board table, yet we couldn't have any decision on directly on those funds. So I'm very concerned about equitable across the state. I've been talking with large and small school districts. I actually was on the phone with a small school district superintendent this morning who reached out to me about this very issue. And I've talked at length on a regular basis with one of my local AEA chief administrators. And they've kept me very well informed on progress. Things are working well, areas of concern. But I'm more concerned today about listening to voices in the room. I'm going to be taking lots of notes, and hopefully we'll have something to bring forward at the end of this meeting. Although we are very early, we don't even have a semester's worth of data yet. So I'm going to encourage at the end that this continues as an ongoing conversation and not just a one-time task force meeting. I think it's an issue that deserves that kind of respect and deliberation, and move cautiously as we leave the room today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pam Grono, and I'm here representing, I have a child with an IEP and has had the IEP since he was about 3. He is autistic. I also have a son who has a 504. He struggles with ADHD, and he's had that since, I believe, the 2nd or 3rd grade. As my kiddos get older, I just see the struggles becoming larger. I've had to advocate very hard for the services that my children get. And I know a lot of other parents are in the same boat. And I just want to do everything we can to ensure that these children have access to everything that they need, essentially. And part of that for me is I can see how important our children's paras are, and the special education teachers. The roster sizes that our special education teachers have is insane for the amount of time that these kids need to have spent with them. It's not a wonder to me when I see that and hear about that, why our kids are not performing better than what they are. So I'm hopeful that we can take a really good look at this and flow those dollars back to the children in the classrooms. So I look forward to the conversation and hope we can make some good recommendations. Thank you.
My name is Adam Aglieri. I am superintendent in Mediapolis School District, just north of Burlington. We have 950 students in our district. I represent districts of 1,000 students or less. Our district adopted a board resolution last year to do 100% flow through with the AEA. So in our district, we utilize a lot of different resources. So hopefully I can provide some perspective on what that looks like. In doing so, we got 110% services from the AEA this year because we adopted that resolution. I have a daughter with an IEP and a 504 as well. She's in 5th grade. And I've been in education 20 years. I've also worked in 2 separate states. And I want to echo what Dr. Seymour said, that I'm not here just to represent the school district. I understand the magnitude of this committee, and I am super blessed to be allowed to be on this committee. And I'm here to listen and hopefully provide some input and some ways that we can make the AEA stronger and better moving forward. Thank you.
Thomas Mays. I'm the Iowa Department of Education representative on this task force. I'm the department's general counsel, which means I do other duties as assigned. I'm not going to belabor the many excellent points that were made earlier, but I just want to reiterate the department's focus on improving student achievement, whatever that student achievement looks like, however it is measured. The goal of the department in implementing this bill is laser focused on student achievement. I'd also like to say that during the less than a semester of data that we have, the AA system has been an invaluable partner to the department. We've met, the chief administrators and the department staff have met frequently, closely, and both the department and the AA chiefs are committed to making this work.
All right, thank you. We have a member online, Josh Bauer, who represents the non-publics. Can we get Josh? Josh, are you on?
I am, yes. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I don't hear you. Can we unmute Josh?
Can you hear me okay? How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Josh, can you try talking?
Can you hear me okay? How about now? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Josh.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I apologize for needing to join online. We have a very exciting thing happening in my family right now, which is that my wife is we're expecting our first child any moment now. So I am joining online, and I'm sorry that I'm the big head on the screen that you're having to look at, but hopefully you understand. I would much rather be in person, but also want to be available for this exciting time in our family. So my name is Josh Bauer, and I am representing the non-public schools. That's approximately 40,000 children in Iowa in 200 different schools. And so I have had the opportunity to work in those schools, as well as being a school leader in that. Have always been very thankful for our AEA and Department of Ed partners, as well as our public school district partners, with that focus of appreciated of hearing of really working to meet the needs of all kids in Iowa. And so we have very much appreciated AEA services, things like media, educational, crisis response, cooperative purchasing have been very important for our schools. as well as the AEA Learning Online and Professional Development systems. So looking forward to sharing more perspective representing those non-public schools, especially the schools that are part of the Iowa Association of Christian Schools and the Iowa Catholic Conference. So thank you for the opportunity to participate today, even via virtual. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, for joining us. I'm glad that we have the virtual option so you can participate, and we wish you the very best on the new addition to your family. I had one more.
Well, I don't know if Representative Ellert is on. She was in flight, but she's going to join us later. Okay.
Is she here?
She should be available around 11.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for Representative Ellert. Did Morgan Miller speak? I didn't check that person off. Okay, if they show up, we'll be sure to have an introduction there. So I guess I'll take an opportunity too to share some of my background and feedback. So I've been a state senator for 6 years. I've served on the education committee. I've served as the chair of the education budget. I was a former school board member at Pleasant Valley for 6 years. I'm serving 2 years as board president. And it was always kind of a mystery to me, the AEA pass-through that went through the district. It kind of just went through and it kind of came and went. And when you asked what it was and how it was used and how much the services cost and what we were getting for the money, it just kind of seemed to be a moot point that we weren't supposed to ask about or didn't really have a lot of transparency in the process. So that was always kind of concerning to me. And there was oversight by a local board, but during that time, while I was serving on the board, our local AEA actually went into the hole by a couple of $1 million. Despite that local oversight. So they were able to dig out of the hole, but it was still a little bit concerning that the hole happened to begin with, especially to the tune of several $1 million. So I also serve as a substitute teacher in 4 districts in my area. I got the certification during COVID when the restrictions were lifted on who could participate in a sub. And I haven't heard a lot of feedback in terms of the effects of the AEA just as my capacity in the classroom and being in the schools. I've gotten a couple emails from teachers with concerns and things that they would like us to consider during the course of this task force, which I think we'll probably be discussing based on what I've heard from most of you. But I've met with several of my superintendents in my district. There's 11 school districts in the Senate district I represent. The governor came over to Andrew and we had a pretty robust conversation. My larger district said that they were actually coming out ahead in the deal and didn't have as many concerns, but my smaller districts are saying that they are coming out behind on the deal. So that's something that we need to focus on and work on to make sure that our smaller districts aren't losing services or we're not having any kind of disruption of services. With that, in a really good conversation that I had with one of my local administrators in the Mississippi Bend AEA, he assured us that they were working through these challenges with the superintendents and everybody was really working in a very positive way together. And he really asked that we not do anything. Actually, he asked that we do nothing because of the lack of time to work through the challenges that they're working through right now. So I suppose if the recommendation from this committee is to do nothing, that is still a recommendation. So, but to give time to work through, given that we've only had 3 months, not even a full semester of collecting data and understanding the full impact of what we implemented last July 1st. So with that, I'm just looking forward to the conversation. And again, I appreciate all of you being here and I'll turn it over to Representative Sechrest.
Well, I guess if we're given background information, I should do the same. I spent 18 years in the classroom as a high school teacher and wrestling coach. If you saw me walk in, you figured it wasn't basketball. It is what it is. So I spent 18 years in the classroom, and this is my second stint in the legislature. I was in it previously, and when I retired from the legislature in 2002, full disclosure, I spent 16 years as the executive director of the Iowa area education agencies. So I know a little bit about the AEAs and so on and so forth. So I was deeply involved last year in the legislation, and there are really some good things in there that are happening. There are certainly some concerns, as we've all heard, and so we need to take this time to flesh that out. But my background's been in education, and so This task force is very important, but if you look at the list of things that we're going to start going through, you'll see what Senator Canoria just said. I mean, it's a pretty massive undertaking. And so I think given the fact that we're 5 months into this right now, that we need to figure out today exactly what these issues are, what information we need, what data we need. We need to give it a little bit more time to figure out what the problems are. And so I think the task force, in terms of recommendation, it may be a few months off because we need to figure out exactly where we need to go. But we need to start this process, which is what we're doing today. And so that's my hopes for today. It seems kind of disjointed, I'm sure, but it's like, here are the issues. We need to take testimony today and figure out what the concerns are, and then figure out what information we need to get so that at some point in the future, this task force can make some recommendations that will hopefully strengthen the AEA system and the entire public school system across the state of Iowa, as well as with the non-public. So bear with us as we kind of work our way through these issues that are here. I mean, you could take one of the issues, for example, buildings that are owned by AEAs, why and how much and what should we do with them. We can't figure that out today. We won't figure it out next week, but we will figure something out. And so I guess I would ask everybody bear with us as we kind of work our way through this. And I think ultimately in the end, we'll be able to make some recommendations that will have a very positive effect.
All right, well, we will jump into the committee member discussion, and the first topic, how to improve the outcomes of students who utilize the area education agency services was first on the list. So feel free to just raise a finger or a hand, and we will call on you as we go through the discussion. All right, we're gonna first bite at the apple here. Go ahead, Andrea.
I'm going in with both feet. Okay, so since I'm wearing both hats and Pam also is wearing both hats, I think I'm going to speak on both as a parent, with an IEP student and 504. I've noticed a dramatic change this year as compared to previous years. My youngest son is on the autism spectrum, utilizes a lot of services through the AEA, as well as the contracted services through the Iowa Educational Services for the Blind and Visually Impaired. We've got a lot going on. We've gotten to know the school psychologist or the psychologist through AEA very, very well, and she's phenomenal. But our access to her, he has a behavioral intervention plan. In past years, she has been able to float in and out of the schools and be able to help remedy situations with him. Now they have to really plan ahead for when she has access to come into the building. He can't predict when he's going to have a meltdown and things like that are happening, and that there in turn causes problems with his learning and things like that. So his access has dramatically been cut down quite a bit, and his school year so far has not been phenomenal. And that is one huge change, where she has been able to be in the building a lot more and have a presence. Now she doesn't have that ability because the schools have to pay, and they have to figure out if they're going to pay for half the day, the whole day, and plan in advance.
I'm going to ask a question probably to Cindy on this one. I mean, special ed services were not, I know college community, we just have full access to special education services. So is she missing time with it because you have less employees?
Can you turn on your mic when you speak? Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Well, House File 2612 did not change the flow of special education dollars in special education. 100% of them still went to the AEAs this year. There was a pretty significant de-appropriation at the end of the session that did impact special education dollars. The other thing that happened is that staff who were concerned about long-term stability might have looked at other opportunities outside of the AEA system. And it's important to remember that I know there was quite a bit of discussion about this would help the teacher workforce issue in special education, but many employees that AEAs employ do not hold teaching licenses because they're psychologists, social workers, occupational therapists, physical therapists. At Heartland alone, we had a reduction of about 80 staff members. And what's important to note is that was evenly divided, almost exactly a 50% split, 40 of them coming out roughly of special education positions and 40 out of ed serve and media positions. When you look at that data across the state, it was over 400 employees, and this was of August 1. We've lost more additional employees since then. Some areas we were not able to recruit in because of the stability or instability in the system, but you see that split of about half coming out of special ed and half coming out of ed serve and media, pretty consistent across the state. So there has been a reduction in special education staffing that has resulted in increased caseloads for some practitioners, which means less accessibility in the buildings or just less frequent contact. Did that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So the AEA brings in a lot of valuable services, right? We understand that they bring in our kiddos, occupational therapists, speech therapists, all of those things, which we all appreciate beyond measure. But every single day, day in and day out, the people who are with our children, it's the special education teachers, it's the paras. And in my opinion, what's happening right now is, number one, you hear all the time that kids are supposed to have paras, but they're not getting them because there's a shortage of staff. I know that we put an increase in the paras wages this year, and I think that is a great first step, but honestly, there needs to be more. There is not enough training that takes place across the board, to be honest. Even when you look at the superintendents, I was told that maybe the principal level, their requirements of how many classes they have to take regarding special education, it's very minimal. And so, in my opinion, what is happening is we have kids' needs are not being met. And part of that problem is a shortage of staffing. Part of that is the training's not there. With my son with autism, I can just tell you, every single year, it's the same conversations of me trying to explain to them. For my son, there's a big aversion to noises, and it causes real behaviors when it's not understood that this isn't a child just acting out and being bad. This is due to his disability. There's a real lack of knowledge there, and it causes a big problem. I've spent this entire year so far trying to get that understood. When you see those signs, when you see him getting agitated because of a noise, whether you think it's a noise that should bother him or not, it's bothering him and he needs to be removed from the situation. So there's just a lot there. Part of that conversation has been the focus of everything being on the least restrictive environment. Honestly, that is where, in my opinion, the focus has been, is we need to make sure they're in the least restrictive environment. When I go back to them and say, no, it needs to be first on his needs. What is his needs? Because if his needs aren't covered, you're going to have behaviors, you're not going to have learning, period. So we have to start at the basics. We have to make sure these kids' needs are being met, which means we have to have an understanding of what some of these disabilities are. And you can't do that unless you have enough staff and enough training to do that. So I know the AEA does the evaluations, and I'm assuming that's because you have more qualified people with maybe greater skills and knowledge surrounding those issues. The problem is they do that and they're there as a resource. My school can call them and ask them in if they need help, but that's what has to happen to get those specially trained individuals back into the school. I would like to see more trained individuals within the schools that are working with him every day. They do the evaluation. And yes, some of them, my speech therapist, my OT therapist, there's a behavior tech who will come to the annual meetings. But if my son is struggling with math, let's say, which has been a struggle for my son, that person doesn't come every year. And so if we're going to leave those professionals who are most trained at the AEA level, then I would like to see them be integrated in more into the plans, right? Like to only be there at most once a year, but a lot of those professionals once every 3 years, unless they're called in. And it goes back to what I said though, when you have a special education teacher with a roster, I don't know what it is this year in middle school, but last year, when my son was in 5th grade, my special education teacher had a roster of 17 kids. That's insane. My son alone gets almost 2 hours of SDI time. Okay. My son requires one-on-one. That has to change in order for our education to get better for these kiddos, is it has to be more resources in the school.
Okay, you mentioned parapay, and there was 13 million, I believe, given to increase parapay last year. The issue is that money is not sustainable. At least we don't know if it's sustainable. So that's something that needs to be looked at. Also, it was a wide, just blanket cash that was given out. My district increased from $10.85 to $15 an hour. We utilized those funds. Other districts didn't. I'm new to the district. I didn't start with the $10. Okay. I'm in my 2nd year, but I heard my paras. I can't keep them employed if we don't pay them appropriately. So we listened to what the governor told us there. When we talk about how to improve the outcomes of students, we need to look at what is a direct versus indirect effect of flow through dollars. Okay. When you think of direct effect, what are the media technologies sources that all students need in Iowa? We need to take a look at ensuring that kids have access to the online materials they need, to the technology resources they need, that they get at a discounted price. So I would say going 0 to 100% zero is not the way to go. We need to make sure that all schools in Iowa have the same resources throughout. Another direct effect is 10%. What does that mean as far as special education is concerned? What does the 10% represent? I've talked to some of my colleagues. They talk about, well, I'll get a special ed director for my district. Okay. Again, that's nice. That's an indirect effect on kids. So just giving flow through dollars to superintendents is not a guarantee that they will all spend them wisely. So we need to have insurances in there to make sure that the flow through dollars stay in all districts in Iowa. And we talk about monitoring the effect. Take a look at the achievement gaps that are in all AEAs. What is the data telling us for achievement gaps with IEP students specifically? What do they look like, okay, over the last few years? If you want to see how do we improve outcomes, we need to know what the data says first. Our district is working on a wildly important goal with our GP AEA, Great Prairie AEA. They've asked to spotlight my district to start monitoring the achievement gap. And I brought them in and said, absolutely. We want to bring that down and we want to monitor that. So that's a goal that we're doing. But I think there are goals that need to be done within the AEAs to really look at the achievement gaps within their AEAs and how are they closing those gaps.
We've talked a lot about, excuse me, how to improve the outcomes for students with special education services, which is huge. But we can't forget that AEAs are responsible for all students. So I think we need to think also, how are we going to ensure that our English language learners are going to have the resources that they need? How are we going to ensure that our talented and gifted students are going to have the resources that they need? The AEA is responsible for every single student. When we think of our special education students, we've talked a lot about, and the mindset is of thinking of them with their special education teacher. They're general education students first. So how can we ensure that the core is where it needs to be? When we look at, schools, is the school reading data where it needs to be, or is it a system problem within that school? When you look at math data, is it a math data problem within that school? What supports are needed for every student? And then what additional supports are needed for those special education students? Thinking of how we can support all students and make sure that all of their outcomes are improved, and thinking of all of those other subgroups of students too, and thinking every single student in every single Iowa school.
I think I've been listening to everyone. I think the first thing is to be able to properly train staff in tier 1 instruction. That's what it starts at, because that's the foundation. But I think staffing in our AEAs is essential. And let me tell you why. You can have a person to go to different schools and support those schools as the school calls them. But if you don't have a relationship with those schools or know those students, it's not going to mean anything. And there has to be a level of accountability that is shared. So if I'm a person that works somewhere and I can just pop in whenever someone tells me to come in, and I can look at the data, but I don't really have any real observational time of watching those students or understanding how the story of that data that's in those districts, and that's the only connection I have with that, it's not going to be the same. You can give some input, but it's not gonna be meaningful because you're not really connected to what's going on those campuses. And I think there's an accountability piece too, where if I'm going to share this information and I'm going to do this training, I need to be connected to those places that I'm sharing this information and doing these trainings with. So we all have skin in the game. Everybody works. Everybody's working hard. It's a lot more meaningful because I'm connected to those students. So I think those things are important. And I think we have to start rethinking how we use the AEA and how teachers, like it can't be, I'm in trouble. Give me a life raft. Somebody throw a life jacket to me to pull me out of it. No. We can't think like that. You have to think like we're literally in this together, all of us. These are our students. I'm a part of this AEA, so the students that are in my region and these students in this region, they're part. So we have to support and work with all of those individuals. It's not when I need the help, that's when I call you in. It is like starting off from the bottom foundationally and building that relationship up with those students, with those schools and those students, and figuring out what we need to do collaboratively to make things work. And I think that's the rethinking we have to go with, starting off in the beginning instead of waiting to things get to a certain level and then calling people in, but starting off in the beginning and creating plans together and everybody accepting responsibility and accountability of what happens with those plans. I think that's the important thing.
I think listening to the comments today while we're here for an AEA task force meeting, this is really about education in Iowa. To isolate and say we're going to solve this by tweaking something or whole scale changing something in the AEAs, I think is missing the mark of what we're hearing from Dr. Seymour, from Ms. Grana, from other people around the table. There is a part that maybe Mr. Mays could speak to later about right now, who has responsibility for what. The AEAs don't have responsibility, as an example, for hiring paras. While we provide training to paras, it is not a mandated, here's how that training plays out. That's not to say that's right or wrong. That's to say we're all talking about how the system should work together. And I don't mean the AEA system. I mean K-12 or birth to 21 education in this state. And that's a much more complicated, complex conversation. The AEA conversation alone is complex. But if we talk about really improving outcomes for all kids in our state, that's a very complicated, but we have examples of how we think that can work and work better. And I would encourage us to really start to try to broaden the conversation.
I think we'll get there later, but to hit on the point that they talk about the AEA services all, I think that's a discussion we need to have. I believe that our special education population needs to have someone who is solely focused on them. I know when the bill was being passed, it was talked about we spend more per student on average in special education funding. And again, I know we'll get to this later, but I would like to understand, I understand there's different pools of funding under the AEA, but what pool of funding is the 19% of administrative costs coming from? I mean, they're servicing all. Where is that funding coming from? Is it all being pulled from the special education pool, or is it, you know, different areas? So I think that's an important conversation to have, an important conversation to have what we want them to focus on. The other thing that I forgot to mention that I think is super important, I think that there is a huge problem with our schools not always knowing our children's plans. Now that I'm in middle school again, it's a little bit of a different beast. There's how many different teachers who all need to understand what's going on. And we talk about these kids are supposed to be gen ed students first. It doesn't happen. I can tell you, I did conferences with all of my child's teachers just because outside of the core teachers, I don't really have any communication with them. So I wanted to see what do they know about my son? What kind of feedback do they have for me? And I can tell you in speaking with them, they didn't know much. I mean, they told me that they pretty much let his para handle everything. It's been a struggle this year to make sure that teachers know everything that's required in the IEP. And my other son in his 504, it took 3 phone calls to make sure that the 504 things were being implemented. And I knew they weren't because some of it was supposed to come home to me once a week and I wasn't getting that. So I think it's something that we could explore. I don't think it's in code. It's in code that schools are supposed to have like an instruction manual, if you will, regarding their 504 plans or their special education. I know I went through my school's plans and there's nothing that outlines how they're supposed to make sure that all teachers know everything that they need to know about those plans. And with the number of kiddos who have 504s or IEPs today, I understand why that's a struggle for teachers to be able to know it all and understand it all. But once again, if we aren't following the plans, if we don't know the plans, our kids' needs are not being met and there's going to be, you know, struggles with success in the classroom. So I think, you know, that's something that we could explore, is requiring there to be, you know, more of a specific plan outlined in these policies for schools so that we ensure that every teacher who needs to have the information does have the information.
I think that could be maybe discussed in what are the AEA's core services? Are the AEA's core services to advise, or are the AEA services to enforce? What is the school district's responsibility and what is the AEA's responsibility?
Keep in mind right now, it's a pay to play system, right? You know, so if we're going to improve outcomes of students utilizing the AEA, we don't really have a broad perspective on what students are using them, what districts are using right now currently, right? So for our district, we've got a reading, I can go through all of them, but we got 4 or 5 areas that we're focused on and Dr. Seymour's district could totally look different than my district, you know, and on down the road. So what I want to come back to is how do we improve the outcomes of students when we need to look at ensuring they have the resources first? So how do we ensure they have the resources and they're sustainable before we could talk about the outcomes? So I go back to those flow through dollars again and really taking a look at that. Thank you.
I work for a big school district. I have ed services more than I could possibly want. I have people I can access like that on staff. We have a ton of middle management. I'm assuming if I'm from a small school, I do not have that kind of access. I have a problem student. I need help brainstorming on how to handle that. Maybe I would have to go to my AEA. I think at this point, we need to have some sort of talking to school districts on what you need. I have friends that would sit in meetings and they would brainstorm and they're another person from brainstorming. The Iowa City School District would not let the AEA in because they wanted to do all the ed services according. I think every school district's needs are much different. Without this kind of information, how can we make any decisions on this? Because I know I went to high school at Tri-County. There's no students there anymore. Their needs for ed support are going to be way different than what the needs are at College Community. And I don't think we can move forward until we take a poll of what they're needed. I don't know how you do that, but now we're just flailing about saying what we're saying of our independent knowledge. That's why I said I went into this. I don't know what I don't know. And without input from all, how many 300 and whatever school districts there are and what their needs are and outlined what they need, how can we even know?
We thought we'd start out with an easy one. So, no, I mean, obviously everything we're going to talk about goes to this point when you get right down to it. But the process we're going through here, and we have Department of Ed here, and both parties have their caucus staff here. And so, just from what I've just heard, a couple of things that I would like our staff to be able to find out. For example, from the AEAs, Dr. Yellick said they're down 400 staff members for a variety of reasons. And so some of the information I would like to have for this group to consider is how many of those are likely to be permanent. I mean, some of them, maybe all of them, maybe there'll be more, I don't know, but what the staffing levels look like, I think is important. The para conversation we had is important. I frankly don't know I should probably, Lynn might know, Senator Evans might know what training paras need. And so whether or not we maybe need to look at that issue, but if you're going to require more training, then you're going to require paying them more. And I think the legislature clearly last year, when they put I think it was $14 million into the paras, we do intend to come back, but it was a one-time funding. But I think the obligation that everybody voted for that is that we're going to come back and continue that funding. But we didn't do it for the first time, so that's there. The achievement gap issue, particularly for our special education students, I think we need to request from the department an apples to apples comparison with other states, not apples to oranges, because states do things differently. We test kids out of our IEPs, and that could affect their achievement scores. So I speaking just for me, I'd like to see those apple to apple comparisons in terms of what our special education achievement gaps are. Those achievement gaps are really, really important. And then lastly, and I know the AAs have undergone this, and maybe one of the things this committee needs to consider is to sit down with all those school districts and absolutely define the core services of the AAs, because the AAA services that are being offered, they're being offered because they were asked to be offered. And some people say, well, that's not a core service. And that may be right, but that's what the AAs were requested to do. So I think we need to have that conversation about what is the core services, and that better focus our funding to what we really want to do in terms of the achievement gap. Those are just a couple of my thoughts from that. But that's the complexity of this. Those are some of the information we have to have if we think we can make any recommendations. We need to, what's the achievement gap? What are the core services? What do we need to do to prepare, so on and so forth.
this is just in response to your comment about the achievement gaps. And I think that's how this whole thing got started. If I remember correctly, last year was talk about the achievement gaps and how our special education students weren't necessarily meeting marks. Something to take into consideration is that a lot of these children aren't going to go much further than where they are. I'm not saying all of them, but there are some kids that they are 21 years old and they are functioning at the age of a 9-year-old. And that is reality. And so in and of that achievement gap that you're looking at, you are not comparing apples to apples. I have a 9-year-old son who is in the 4th grade. In many respects, he is like other typical students. In many respects, he's like a 4-year-old. And so it is not comparing apples to apples within even that subset of kids. That's all I wanted to say.
Really quick. So yes, it was $14 million, but there was no follow through to ensure that districts used it appropriately. It was just cash to districts. So I'm saying mine did, but I don't think all districts did. I think some people just took the money. And so I think there should have been some more follow through, some more study on that one to say, hey, we're paying X amount of dollars. What does it cost? For our district, it was $60,000 to move up our paras, and I think our funding was around 22. So we ate the rest of that cost to do so. The other thing really quick, it's $900 a day for consultants. Okay. So we know that it's $900 a day. If I bring an AEA consultant into my district, that's $900 a day, at least in ours. And so when we pay that dollar, if my flow through money, ours is a little higher, but let's say I'm small and Iowa and it's 12,000 or whatever it is, that's going to get ate up really quick. On the quarterly report that I just saw, there are some small districts in our AEA that are already belly up in their budgets. So just want to throw that out there as well.
I just want to add to what you were saying. Yes, clearly some of our children are not going to be able to be compared to your, child without a disability. But it's important to keep in mind that they absolutely can make gains, and they will make gains if their needs are being met. That is what the IEP is for. That is why there is goals. That is why we're supposed to be able to see the progression that they are making. So I just want to be very clear about that while no, we can't compare them to the student without a disability, we very much should expect that there are gains being made.
I don't know if the Department of Ed, I mean, I know you have some information on achievement gap. You may not have it here. I don't know if you want to opine now, but if you do, feel free. Otherwise, we'd like to see some of that information. I think the task force would later at least.
So we'll gladly provide to the members of the committee, including the public members, a brief analysis of the achievement gaps. They are stable over time. They are measured under the National Assessment of Educational Progress. It's not an all students assessment. Not every student takes the NAEP every year, but it is a representative, scientifically based sample. So it allows equating between states. As to the state of Iowa's eligibility procedures, I talked to my job alikes in other states. And although we are a non-categorical system, the essential core of who is in and who is out does not change. So it is an apples to apples comparison as to NAEP. And the achievement gaps are stable over time. And as to attributes that NAEP cannot measure, such as persistence on task or graduation or success post-outcome. Those are some of the data points that the department is folding into its forward-looking monitoring of the AEA system. So it's not just how well you can test on a multiple guess test of reading and math. I remember drawing the black flag logo on my test. It's not that, it's multiple data points, including things that are softer skills, things that are measuring growth versus achievement. So happy to give the committee the current data as well as the plan for measuring student outcomes going forward.
Senator.
Ju- Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Adam.
Just really quickly, was that the only thing that you were talking about monitoring? Because there's the KITE, which is the alternative assessment. KITE is given to students that are severe and profound. That also needs to be looked at. There's a lot of great data that comes from the KITE assessment, and also the Iowa's assessment of student progress. The ISAS we give every single year. Our districts are targeted based on subgroups, or can be. So my point is that if the AEAs are representing a certain bunch of districts, we can look at that achievement gap within the Iowa State assessment that's taken within that AEA to see how those AEAs are doing, and to provide some goals for them, if they don't already have them.
So the department's focus on achievement gaps is not solely based on NAEP.
Right.
There is a horizontal and a vertical component. How do we compare with our neighboring states? How do we compare with states of similar demography and size? But also there's a vertical component comparing a particular child's growth year over year, and comparing a particular school district's growth year over year. It's not just NAEP, but NAEP started the conversation internally.
And just to address Andrea's point, these scores are not comparing apples to oranges. And just as one data point, in the NAEP, grade 4 students with disabilities. So when we are comparing Iowa students with disabilities to other states' students with disabilities, we ranked 41st. These are all, it's the same population, students with disabilities across all states. We ranked 41st in math, 4th grade math. So it is an apples to apples comparison when you're looking at that particular test that we looked at.
I'm just going to take us back for a minute. I agree with what Dr. Seymour had said about building rapport and having a personal relationship. It is imperative in the special education classroom that the teacher and that the paras know these children well. And that's why they go to the regular ed classes with them, because they are the ones that can help support that teacher who cannot know everything and support her other 28 kids in the classroom. So I guess what I've been listening to everybody saying, I'm hearing from the 400 people who left the AEAs across the state. A lot of the people that I've talked to principals, I've talked to the superintendents, I've talked to teachers, I've talked to AEA people, I've talked to parents, I've talked to my kids. As far as the changes with those people leaving the AEAs, that hurts that rapport, even with the administration and with the teachers, because you don't have the same person that you're working with anymore. And they don't know the kids, they don't know you, they don't know your program, they don't know your classroom or the school. And so there's just been a lot of unstabilization with what's happened so far. And so I just wanted to make that comment that until, we can stabilize this, it's going to be difficult to get the rapport built and those relationships built back up for our schools and our kids and our parents.
Senator, Grant Wood is obviously amazing, very excellent AEA. You experienced that. Everyone else, in the state has their own experience, and maybe they weren't experiencing that same sort of reliable relationship building. And so that's creating the continuity of those high quality services across all of our AEAs and across all of our districts is one of the key components, so that every child in the state gets the benefit of that. And in some districts that will look like our superintendents using those dollars to bring that person in-house. And in other districts, it will be that we are building up those relationships with the AEAs and improving those services.
I just wanted to say, so my special education, this is just my experience, right? But my special education teachers, he works with the gen ed classroom teachers, but he's not in there with them. He can't possibly be there. Like I said, his load's too big. And as far as our paras, they're not even allowed to be in IEP meetings, which I personally think is a disservice because they spend the most time with our children. And so to say that they're the ones that are going to be in the classroom, making sure the gen ed teachers know, they're not working with the gen ed teachers. They're working with my child. Yes. But if we're going to believe what we say, that they're gen ed students first, and we're going to place them in those classrooms to be gen ed students first, they have to know that student and they have to know their plans. So.
Okay, well, and
I just wanted to ground us for a second. Some of these things I agree are heartfelt. Those are local control things, right? So special education teachers are evaluated by their principals. They're not evaluated by the AEA. So we need to be clear on that. Also, associates being in IEP meetings, they are in ours sometimes. So I would definitely encourage you to talk with your administration about that. They do know the students the best.
I mean, obviously that's a kind of a big topic to start out with, but it kind of frames the conversation. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add. I would add to staff. I thought a point that was well made. I would like us to check with all the school districts and see if they spent the para money on raising para salaries. I think that's something the legislature should investigate and make sure that that money was spent where it was supposed to be, but where we thought it would be spent, I guess. So,
Mr.
anything
Chairman,
else on that?
I was just going to say, yes, the associates, the SPED teachers, yes, not under the control of the AEA, under the control of the school districts. But that's why it's so important, in my opinion, that we're very careful with the dollars that we say we're spending on special education, because the more money that we can place in the actual school so that that money is in the classrooms affecting these students, that's when we'll see the better outcomes.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? I also would like to just build off of some of the comments around the importance of the AEA and being a consistent system across the state. One thing that we have had some concerns around in non-public schools is just the role of special education services and what Iowa calls for in all of our schools. But because we have an educational interest in supporting all students across Iowa, we also have some of those items that are we need to look at in the non-public school setting. And so one thing that I think is important to go to Ms. Defoe's point is that there are different levels of service that are happening across the state. It's not implemented in a way that necessarily is consistent across the state. And so to also point to the superintendent who just commented around the importance of local control. I absolutely believe in that. And the key with the local control that we're finding is one thing that we very much have appreciated that was in House File 2612 was the importance of education and training around how can non-publics work with public school districts and the AEA to best support students. And so that's something that I think will be very important for us to continue. And we are very thankful that that's in there as well, just to make sure that we all know what that is and how that best can be served. Because right now, it unfortunately is not consistent across the state. And I think that we could make some really big gains and efforts under that banner of what we're talking about right now for improving the outcomes of students who use the AEA services.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for the robust conversation on the first topic. I think we'll continue to move through the agenda here. First up has to do with recommendations on amount of compensation paid to administrators employed by area education agencies. Before House File 2612, there was no cap on AEA administrator compensation packages. It was just up to the local boards. The file requires that the salary of an AEA administrator not exceed 125% of the average salary of all superintendents located in that local AEA. So looking at a chart here based on fiscal year 2023 numbers, it looks like all AEA administrator salaries exceeded that 125% cap. So if anybody wants to address that topic, feel free. We'll open that up. Go ahead.
I'm happy to address that topic. This has not been a contentious point on the part of the administration. I would clarify that while it was set by the local board, it was approved annually by the director of the Department of Education. So that's just an important piece to note, that there was oversight on that. But when we're talking about services and enhancing services for kids, this is not a topic that we feel that we want to spend the important time of the task force reviewing. There is a report that is due to the legislature on January 1st. Our data goes into the Department of Education on December 12th. They've asked for where we are in our progress toward meeting a 30% reduction in administrative cost. And in that is not just compensation. It includes things such as technology supports, telephone support. So I don't know if that actually gets in the full intent of what the legislation intended, but just so you know, all 9 AEAs will, some of them have already met that 30% reduction in 1 year, and all AEAs will meet that 30% reduction within 2 years, which is what is outlined in House File 2612.
Any other comments on that topic? Seeing none, we'll move on to the cost of professional development services. Any comments there?
What I just mentioned earlier is 900 a day. I don't know what the average is for, is that everywhere? Okay. So when you say cost of professional development service, that's very broad. I don't know.
So that $900 a day and $450 for a half day was established across the entire state system. House File 2612 did call for us to consider market rate. So the way that figure was established was we looked at daily compensation, including benefits, IPER's contribution for staff members across the state. We also compared to our ESA colleagues or our AEA colleagues in other states. And then we looked at some private providers. When you look at our colleagues in other states, the range was around $950 to about $1,200 a day. When we looked at our compensation, daily compensation across the state, it was in that range of around the upper 800s to 1,000. And so that was why the market rate was set at $900 a day.
I want to apologize. I jumped ahead on the agenda. I did not mean to do that. So after the AEA administrative compensation, we should have gone to core services of the AEA. Apologize for that. We're back on the agenda. So the core services are special education support services, media services, and educational services. They're still authorized to be provided by the AEAs, but funding structure of each is changed. So once the bill is fully implemented next year, schools will receive all of the money for each category, but required to spend 90% of their special ed support services funds at the AEA and able to spend any amount of the media and education services funds at the AEA. So any comments on that topic? AEA core services are special education support services, media services, and educational services. Go ahead, Cindy.
I just know from the other handout, if people are kind of wondering about broad categories, there were specific things that were discussed last year, such as crisis response, media services for non-public, and it is on the handout that was passed at the beginning of the meeting that might help frame people's thinking on this conversation around core services.
Couple things. I think it's really important. If these are going to be our 3 services, and even I know we jumped back now, but we started talking about professional development services. Those are in large part, that's addressing many, many things, not just our special education population. So I'm just emphasizing, I think it's really important that we make sure that that bucket is kept separate and that the funds intended for special education are kept in that special education bucket. And then going back to your compensation, I don't have a lot of feedback on that. However, I think we have 9 education agencies. I would like to know, my wonder would be, is 9 required? Do we need to have an administrator in each of those 9? That's one thing I would wonder that we should talk about.
We currently do not have 9 administrators, as we have shared across agencies now. So I think to get to your point, we are looking at sharing right now. We are sharing chief administrators. We are sharing AEA administrators of special education, ed service directors, media services directors. There's lots in our report that is due to the Department of Education on December 12th. We were working on this morning before I came, the myriad of things that are being shared across AEAs. So whether the number is 9 or not 9, know that there's sharing and reduction going on across the system.
If I could just, as an example of the great work that the collaboration between AEAs and the Department of Ed that maybe we were lacking previously with the compensation. Yes, the Department of Ed did approve, but it was months after the salaries had already gone into place. And so there's been some correction and some better coordination of those types of things.
I was just going to say, I want to reiterate what I said earlier. There needs to be a study done to ensure that the general ed resources that all districts need in Iowa maintain, like the online resources, the stuff that AEA provides. What would that cost? Would that just be retaining 10%, 20% of that flow through dollar to ensure all districts get those services? Because again, you got small districts in all over the state of Iowa that are getting way less flow through dollars. So what looks at Clear Creek, Amana versus a very, very small district, and no, I'm not picking on you down or anything, but they are not going to be able to afford those. That's true. You're growing big time, but they're not going to be able to afford those services. So we want to make sure that there's some things that are retained in that flow through, whatever that percentage is. And then at some point today, the recommendation for me is going to be to keep the 100% flow through for special education dollars. This is too fast, too quick to even touch that money right now. That is money that ensures that our kids have the resources they need and that they are protecting the most vulnerable students in Iowa. And we need to really, really consider just retain the 100%. You've got time if that shifts later. That is not something I think that should go through this year. Thank you.
Getting to what you were saying there, the fee for services just isn't equitable. I work for the Cedar Rapids School District. They're going to have what they need, but the small schools, Northland, Central City, and Alburnett, they do not have what they need. They're already halfway through their funding, or more so, and we're halfway through the year for the things that they need for their students. They aren't going to make it to May to have those services that they need with the funding. So we need to make sure that, as he said, that everybody has what they need for their students, because that should be the number one thing that we're looking at.
I think when we're looking at services, the core services, I think we need to look at the quality of those services. So I know we've talked about just money, et cetera, but what does the quality look like? So what does the quality of SPED services look like? What is the quality of the media? What is the quality of educational services? And I think that's something that we need to focus on. Let me give an example. If you have an individual who works for one of our EAs, but their experience is they're providing a service, but their experience is mainly in elementary. So when it's time for them to work with the secondary teachers, it looks a little different, or vice versa. They have the secondary. So we have to make sure that those that are coming out and that they have that skill set that those schools need to be able to support those schools. So I think that's something we have to really think about when we're looking at the 3 services that are provided.
How do you go about deciding how many FTEs are in special ed and ed services? On I mean, this is one AEA, but how do you go about deciding what the needs are when you hire?
So remember that in the three funding streams, special education, education services, and media services, those were historically discrete funding streams. So special education dollars were not used to supplement EdServ and media, although you could do the reverse. So at Heartland, what we would do is look at, and I'm formerly the chief administrator at Great Prairie AEA, and we used a very similar model. What we did was look at number of students in special education. We'd look at number of districts we were supporting, and there's an allocation formula. We also look at national standards for occupational therapists, school psychologists, those kinds of direct service providers. What are the recommendations for how many students they should be working with? Then we'd look at how many students had IEPs and identified minutes on their IEPs, how many were consultative, and then we would distribute those based on a formula around each discipline area, number of districts, you have to account for travel time, those kinds of things. So every AEA has a staffing formula in place that helps guide those guide that decision making.
Oh, but ed services, because I know a lot of schools don't utilize ed services. So how do you go about hiring FTEs for that?
So we would look at a combination of things, things we were collaborating with the Department of Education on, such as support for ESSA schools, things that districts had identified as a focus, perhaps a new math adoption, and always try to make the mix. I would say one of the positives from the legislation is it's really helped districts pinpoint here's where we might want support, and that's support we're willing to pay for. Where we are, that's just a trick in the implementation is your exact question then. Because for us to set staffing forward, we are going to need to know those commitments from districts in February. Right. And so because it's a new way of working, and many of us around the table have worked in other states, and we know that there's other ways for it to work. Right now, we're in a very messy middle of where the system has been to where the future of the system is going to be. So we are starting, last year, we had individual conversations with districts to say district leadership, and they could choose whether it was the superintendent, their entire cabinet team, building principals, however they wanted to handle that. What are the services you want for this year? And try to get it staffed. And then next year, or for 25, 26, we're starting those conversations now. And there's a lot of things in play. What will happen with SSA? That makes a difference for schools in how much authority they're going to have. That also impacts that dollar figure that's going to flow to them through their AEA money. So it's early, but we are having those conversations now so we can start that conversation. I think the other thing, to Dr. Seymour's point, that is probably a positive, is we've had districts say, I really want somebody who's specialized in secondary. I want to name that person. So instead of saying, I want somebody who's going to work with the high school and then the AEA assigns, there's the opportunity to say, we've had a longstanding relationship with this person, and that's who we want to work with next year. And that puts us in a place of being able to try to plan for that.
If I could just address, school finance is incredibly complex. I have the utmost respect for everyone who has to dabble in it. When we talk about districts who are out of or on track to be out of this AEA general ed services or media services dollars, you don't know perhaps that they have used those dollars and just supplanted what they used general fund dollars for last year. And in the end, they may still be saving money, but they've opted to pay for it out of this bucket because now they have the freedom to do that. So to say that they are on track to be out of funds, that may be an intentional braiding of their funds in a different way, that now they have the flexibility to do that.
Yeah, but it also speaks to inequity that's existing right now, definitely throughout the state with the smaller school districts, and that's what the AEA was built upon. Is that, to be honest, larger districts they kind of take some of the hit for the smaller districts to have an equal playing field across. I have a question for Dr. Yellick, has there been a study on the 10% and what would be lost with that flow through money for school districts? I know that's a very hard question, but what do you forecast schools having issues with that may not be provided with that 10%?
So you're referring to the 10% of special education dollars, which districts will have the opportunity to retain next year in district. I reached out to my Great Prairie colleague. So for Great Prairie AEA, that means about $1 million, about $1.1 million that will reduce in their funding. That's about almost 12 FTE that will come out of special ed. Remember that Great Prairie has already reduced administration significantly. And so you're not looking at significant other opportunity there. At Heartland AEA, 10% of funding will be about 5.2 million. Heartland also, when we were discussing funding just a minute ago, we were also supporting special education with some EdServ and media dollars. So just very roughly, when you are looking at math, a certified staff person is the equivalent of about $100,000. And I always qualify that by saying to please remember that employees that work at the AEAs usually have very advanced licensing. You can't work in some of our disciplines unless you have a PhD. Audiologists, PTs, everybody who works at the AEA must have a master's degree to get a consulting. So you're not comparing against like a first year teacher. I just think that's always important to remember when you're thinking about what's total compensation, including benefits for an AEA employee. So to answer your question, in your AEA, it's about 12 FTE that will be further reduced in special education. In our AEA, that number is significantly larger because we have a much larger footprint.
One question that I have is when the task force was made their recommendations and the task force was convened in 2010, there was already a 10% variance approximately then between the AEAs. There was already that difference in the per pupil special ed funding. So, and that was with the $2.5 million cut then, and then AEAs had continued to receive those cuts. And without that additional way to generate funds, it had been, recommended to look at ways for them to generate those funds so that there was more of a consistent way for kids to have equitable services back then. And I just wonder, since there wasn't that way for the AEAs to generate funds, was that 10% difference? We're still talking about the differences in equitable, things, services. If that is something to look into, as we are gathering information to look into, because it is going to add in drive time. It adds in all those different things, which then really does add in how much time you can spend in a classroom with a student, how much time you can spend with a teacher. I just think that's important, that there was already that discrepancy that long ago.
Anything else on that?
Okay. Anything else on that subject? Otherwise, we will move forward. The next topic is how best to fund the following services by the AEA. The first up on the list is crisis response services. So AEAs were not required by law to provide crisis response services. It was a responsibility that they took on, and it seems that some districts really valued it. So it may be one that they continue to buy from the AEA. But DPS, HHS, and the Department of Education can also provide similar services to the schools. So why don't we kick off that topic? Any comments? Go ahead, Molly.
In my conversations with the administrations around Lynn County, I have heard from them that with the crisis teams, that if they didn't have that available and something bad happened, like at Perry, or a student commits suicide or something happens, they don't have anybody that can come in and help out in the schools without the AEAs coming in to do that. They don't have counselors just sitting around in Coggan, Iowa. They don't have psychiatrists just sitting around in Albernet. They have to have those services to help out. You know, one counselor in the high school and the one counselor in the elementary school aren't going to cut it for the amount of services that are necessary at that point in time with this. So that's one of those areas that they said was very important and that in the smaller schools really valued.
So I think when we talk about crisis services, it's important to note that while the Perry tragedy was of a significant magnitude that none of us had experienced in this state, there are other kinds of crisis situations that we support routinely, such as a student death by suicide, a teacher that is killed in a car accident. A lot of times those tragedies are very close to home. And so to say that a high school guidance counselor will be able to support the entire school population when it's somebody that's very close to that person as well provides just a problem. I think the other thing that as a state we really have to understand is that we do have a mental health support system shortage in our state. And so while the AEAs grew into this space and we could contend this was not defined, it really is because we have people in districts that are licensed mental health providers that do have relationships with district personnel, with some families, and we are able to deploy that very quickly. So when a crisis happens, typically you get those calls as a chief administrator late at night, early in the morning, over the weekend. Over Thanksgiving break alone, one AEA had 3 such calls, an entire family that was killed in a car accident. And we have people that are already close to that and can be deployed immediately. And so that I think this is an issue where there was a need that the AEA stepped into because of the fact that we had licensed professionals and because we were able to deploy quickly and had the workforce to do it. It is not to say that there are not other agencies in our state that can help support this. So I know when we were supporting Perry, the Heartland team was one of the first teams there, but we were able to immediately hand off to our regional mental health group, to Heart of Iowa, to provide that ongoing support. So it really is a part of the puzzle and it is not the whole puzzle.
I'm just curious, what bucket does that fall under then for expense?
Education services.
I could just point out another great collaboration that this bill has brought about is the work with the Department of Ed and area education agencies to develop a base level of school-based mental health support. The legislature has so graciously given $3 million to the AEAs for a multitude of years for school-based mental health services, and there has not been a defined purpose behind that. And I think they just came together and developed an MOU. Is that correct?
That's been in place historically.
And so that baseline with access to youth mental health first aid, crisis prevention training, and adverse childhood experiences training, so that we know that that $3 million is going to that purpose.
And that's been in place for multiple years.
Just briefly want to say, talking with our chief, they don't know how to budget this. It's that simple. If the flow through dollars 100-0, they don't know how to budget a crisis team. And so it goes back to my point earlier. What are the core things that we want to make sure are in place for all schools in Iowa that are the core needs, and maybe reduce that? Maybe it's 2080 again. I don't know the number, but another area, but long story short, they don't know how to budget it. So it's up in the air whether they'll be there or not if they can't budget. What I think probably will happen is they'll do it a flat amount of money, 4,000 or whatever, to have that on retainer. I don't know. So some districts will have it, some won't. Maybe is what's going to happen if this continues at 100-0. Dr. Yellick?
I think, excuse me, talking about, the crisis response and how I remember quite a few years ago taking some trainings at some of the events that I've been at. I think that just highlights again the importance of keeping those trainings in person through the AEA for staff members such as myself. Having that training in person with someone that you can connect with is really important. And also thinking about how to improve those outcomes for students is like we've all been talking about, the importance of mental health, and the more that we can get the social emotional learning with those students, and just even thinking about how that's just, what, you have big feelings and here's how we're going to safely deal with those is key. And again, just keeping those trainings in person is, I think, key.
All right, we're going to do one more topic and then we'll take a break. How's that? Next up, media services for non-public schools. So media services include non-public students in the count for funding, which was unchanged by House File 2612. However, once fully phased in next school year, public schools will receive 100% of the funding for media services. So the idea is for them to continue to work with the private schools in their district to ensure non-public school students get those media services that they need, but the law does not state how exactly this should happen. So current code currently has a provision that was kept in place that says if the Department of Education determines that an AEA does not serve non-public students with comparable media and educational services, then the state board can cause the funds for media and educational services to that area to be reduced one time by an amount to compensate for the loss of services. This is something that may need to be reworked in light of school districts receiving the funds. So any comments on that?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. One thing that we've been discussing as the Iowa Association of Christian Schools and the Iowa Catholic Conference related to this is that we know that there's been quite a bit of clarity that's actually been provided due to this bill, in that we know that there is $134 per student that is generated for both public school students and for non-public school students in this bill. And so those dollars are equitable no matter what school the child is attending. What we would propose that this would be happening, and the idea behind this is to not be an undue burden on, for example, the local public school district, who would be expected to provide these services for a non-public partner. We don't feel like that would be a realistic ask of the public school district and something that we would want them to be required to do. We also appreciate how the bill outlines that next year, 100% of those funds will go to the public school district to be able to use at their discretion, which we think is wonderful for them to be able to do that. What we actually would recommend from the non-public end is that 100% of those funds would flow through to the AEA is what we would like to see happen, but that there would be one tweak to that. So the funds generated by non-public school students would flow to the AEA, but what we'd like to see is that non-public schools could have the choice to use those funds at the AEA, or that the AEA could pay a vendor on behalf of the non-public school, depending on which way the non-public school would like to use those funds. But we do see there's a great benefit in being able to have those funds at the AEA for consistency across the state, but would also like to have non-public schools have that flexibility of being able to choose if there is another vendor for a certain service that maybe they'd like to use part of those funds to support, that would be able to happen through the AEA covering or paying the cost of that vendor on behalf of non-public schools and the funds generated. We think that could be very similar to the setup that is happening with the public schools, being able to use their funds at their own discretion, but also in a way that could provide some service equity across the state for non-public schools.
Any other comments on that?
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. Sorry. Is this something that can be consolidated? Does all 9 AEAs have to run a media services? Is there a way? I mean, I know what I use in my classroom. It does not have to come out of Cedar Rapids. It could easily come out of Des Moines, what I use. Is there any way to consolidate some of these services?
So since the passage of House File 2612, we've done a few things to support that. The first is there is now a statewide ordering system. So you as a teacher in Cedar Rapids, if there's a resource you want that is actually at Heartland, you have the ability to order that now instead of being restricted to the Grantwood Library. Secondly, we have coordinated a statewide van delivery system so that I think it was actually Senator Evans last year who pointed out, can't you work like an Amazon truck where the two trucks meet in the middle and pass off resources? And so that has been developed and coordinated across the system. So you as a teacher can order from across the state. It can be delivered from across the state. And then the next wave of the consolidation around media is to go to 4 regional centers. Already we have in place that the media collection that was at Prairie Lakes, which is up around the Pocahontas area, that is now housed in Northwest AEA around Sioux City. And Green Hills, which is the southeast part of the state, is going to coordinate with Heartland. And then the southwest and central east part of the state will coordinate, and then in the northeast. So by July 1 of 2026, you'll see 4 regional centers. The reason that it's staged that way is twofold. One, we need the data on how much, as 100% of media funds go to districts, districts will still be purchasing that service. And secondly, while the thinking behind consolidating into one center, such as in the center of the state, that could happen, that could be an evolution, but we really need the data on what is the cost of getting those resources across the state. So you'll see there's a 3-phase plan that already has the first 2 phases, and the third leg is in the works, and that will also be reflected in our report to the department due at the end of the week. Sorry.
To answer Patricia's question from the user side, and I'm going to date myself a little bit here, and probably just myself and Representative Sechrist remember some of these things, but the previous consolidation of AEAs, where we went from more than 9 down to the 9, there were already examples around the state where services were being shared by AEAs. I'll give you an example. Print media services, which is one of the, I would assume is one of the more higher requested services around the state. There were 3 AEAs in Western Iowa who were sharing already print media services. And then due to consolidation of AEAs, it was 2 large AEAs. But when we sent whatever that print media that the teacher was requesting or the district was requesting, it would go to that central service and then back out, save the AEAs a lot of money, save the school districts a lot of money. So there's already a model for the ability to save. I'm not sure that there was appropriate motivation to look at sharing some of these services until recently. So thank you.
Any other comments on that topic? Hearing none, why don't we take a break until 12:15? Public restrooms are downstairs. I know there's vending machines down there. We'll see you back at 12:15. Thank you.
Tell me when you're ready.
I mean, you just tell me if you can hear it now. Don't call him.
I won't call.
Okay.
Test, test, test. Can you hear it coming through?
Okay. All right, hold on one second. Try that.
Testing again. Test, test, test. Do you hear anything? It looked like one of the levels was bouncing on there, but
You're in 9. Oh, I'm sorry. It's. Yep.
maybe test again. Test, test. No. You're just getting static.
I don't know how this works. So like.
Are you getting anything? Any sound?
Try this one over here. Try it again.
Test, test again. Testing, testing.
Okay.
Did you say that wasn't working earlier?
No. I thought it was, but it wasn't. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No worries. I am just shutting it out. I got excited. I know. Me too.
Okay. You're getting static. You're getting something.
I was.
Okay. Not nothing. 10 minutes.
I didn't know if there was something that I gave. Everything, nothing changed. If you had any quick solutions, you could walk me through.
Test, test, test. You hear it? Test, 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 testing audio. It's low, but you can hear. Test, test, test. Is that better? Volume's turned up a little bit.
I can hear you great.
Testing. Okay, we're good. I got it. Ready? Testing audio.
All right, well, it's a little after 12:15, so why don't we get started? We did at one point, when I accidentally skipped ahead on the agenda, we talked about professional development services. Was there anything else on that topic that we needed to cover? What's that? Professional development, yeah, that was next on the list, but we kind of covered it before because I accidentally skipped forward. Okay, go ahead, Senator.
Sorry to take us back to this, but just wanted to make sure that I am clear that the people that I spoke to about professional development, because of the costs and being basically pay for, you have to pay for what your services you're going to use. It's becoming much more expensive for schools to do it, where in the past it was a little easier for them to be able to bring somebody in and do that professional development in their schools. So they're concerned about teachers having the background knowledge and the things that they need to be the best they can be as educators for their students.
Any other discussion on that topic?
Is this, would this be including the mandatory trainings, et cetera, or is that not part of this discussion?
I don't think that would be part of it. Mandatory training, professional development. Cindy, Dr. Young might know.
This might be more about the new curriculums and things that teachers are getting and need to know how to utilize those so that the students are getting the most out of them, would be my guess.
I'm looking at Mr. Mays, but I believe there is language in House File 2612 that speaks to that mandatory trainings. And when we say that, for those of you that aren't close to this, it's like bloodborne pathogen training, mandatory reporter training, and there's quite a list that those are provided. Yes, those are provided to districts at no cost. So this year, by I think starting July 1 of 2025, historically districts have been paying $1 per student to access those services. And so we're working with the department to see how that is going to transition to no cost for schools by the required implementation date. Mr. Mays, did I get the dates right?
Why, of course. And I'd just like to compliment the partnership between the department and the AEAs about getting professional development approved. That Senator Donahue spoke about the supporting classroom instruction and the approval process that is currently underway. The department has pre-approved professional development modules on K-6 literacy, preschool literacy, literacy for students with significant disabilities, secondary transition, and training on the Achieve system, the statewide IEP data system, as well as pre-approval or approval for youth mental health first aid, which is a topic that has been brought up today, nonviolent crisis intervention, adverse child experiences, letters, literacy training, as well as some professional development on open source science education.
Does that answer your question, Corey?
Yes, thank you. And I would really encourage that we would, I know that the HF 2612 is having the department provide that free of charge for districts and non-pub schools. AEA Learning Online has done an excellent job of doing that for non-public schools. And so we just would encourage consideration for that to continue, to not have any new system or something else designed, but that could be in partnership with the Department of Ed to provide those services across the state has been very effective.
All right, anything else on that topic? Moving on, we'll talk about cooperative purchasing.
Senator.
Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, I just want to point out, and maybe it's nitpicky, but free of charge or at no cost is not, those aren't accurate statements necessarily, because they have always been paid for by taxpayer dollars. They've just flown through the budget and was never billed back to. So I'm not opposed to the thinking behind what's being said, but it's a misnomer to say that it's been free of charge, where the taxpayers have always paid for that. It's just how it's being distributed now as we're looking at changing, if that makes any sense.
I tell my children that all the time. Nothing's free because someone's paying for it somewhere. All right, moving on to cooperative purchasing. This code section permits AEAs to provide services through contracts with public and private entities under the rules of the State Board of Education. This was unchanged by House File 2612, except for putting the authority under the AEA instead of the now advisory AEA boards. AEAs did not receive formula funding for these agreements, but it was and would still be possible for schools to potentially use their applicable media and educational services dollars to buy into these agreements through the AEA's coordinations. Do we have any discussion on this topic?
I would just add, because I was involved in that AA cooperative purchasing saves school districts a ton of money with food, roofing, nursing, health stuff. So it's one of the reasons it didn't get changed, because it's a very successful program that saves money for districts. It's totally voluntary. If they want to use it, they can use it, and most do. So it's one of the really good things that most people don't know about the AAs that they actually provide.
If I could just add that this legislation, I hope, also opens the door to our superintendents, remembering that through DAS and the Department of Education, they also have negotiated pricing and master contracts at the state level, and high quality instructional materials contracts are forthcoming. So those things will also be available in addition to the opportunity to purchase through the AEA purchasing group.
Anything else on that topic? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say we had Director Snow in, and that's coming, right? So we'll have more access. It's a huge highlight for schools to be able to get that competitive costing and be able to get, now is going to be curriculum offered and different things like that. So that is a huge positive. As far as professional development, I think this year, particularly, it's been a lot better than I've seen in the past. Because AEA, again, we're paying $900. So they're very articulate about the coming into our districts and providing exactly what we need and what we're saying we're needing with them. Again, it just comes down to some people get a lot more dollars than others, and how do we keep equity in mind with those services?
Any other discussion on that topic? Okay, let's move on to services associated with regional planning partnerships. These partnerships are formed to assist school districts in providing an effective, efficient, and economical means of delivering high-quality secondary career and technical education programs. Membership of the partnership is made up of superintendents, community college presidents, AEA administrators, local business reps, and teachers. And I believe that these are funded by grants from the DE, so AEAs can continue to help school districts facilitate these partnerships if they choose to do so. Any discussion on this topic? Seeing none, let's move on to services associated with the Federal Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act of 2006. This is a federal program that provides grants for schools to support career and technical education. I believe that schools would continue to work through their AEAs on this under educational services category, but I'm not terribly familiar with it. So if anybody else wants to jump in on it, feel free. Any discussion on this topic? Go ahead, Senator.
I think this is pretty important, particularly today when we're talking about STEM, CTE and STEM kind of go together. And we want to make sure that our kids are getting a well-balanced education and have different opportunities. Not everybody's going to college, and that's perfectly fine. There's lots of jobs out there that don't require college, but to make sure that we continue that programming so that kids have that other pathway if they would choose to do that.
One thing I would add quickly is with both the regional planning partnerships and the CTE around Perkins, local control has helped drive the configuration of how those districts either work together, work with their community college, utilize their AEA. So it's something that, and there's differentiation across the state. So just want you to know that there is already input locally on how best to shepherd those dollars.
Any other discussion on that topic? All right, moving on to services associated with the federal ESSA. The Every Student Succeeds Act is the federal K-12 education law. Matters of education compliance would be now under the Department of Education umbrella, but the AEA should still be able to offer support through improvement efforts and implementation of standards associated with ESSA under the educational services. Any discussion on this topic?
As additional context, the Department of Education filed and was approved for a new accountability system with the federal government. Since the approval of that, they've been rolling out the plan for schools and how the AEA fits into that. There's different levels of identification in the plan, the department taking the lead and being the service provider for those schools that are in the most comprehensive piece. AEAs will help support in the target piece. And then there are some districts who have, because that funding is tied to Title I designations, are designing plans that will maybe incorporate all of their entire district, even those without title funding. So I would say, I think present this as it's a work in progress. In collaboration between the Department of Education, identifying the AEA role, the local district role, and I think Mr. Magliari or Dr. Seymour might have other insight about how it's playing out specifically for districts. But as far as getting the AEA role identified, I think the department is well on their way to doing
that. Dr. Yellick correctly summarized the state of affairs. I just want to turbocharge. The AEAs are providing support to schools that are identified as needing targeted assistance. And targeted assistance is based on achievement gaps or failure to make adequate growth for certain subgroups. And the most common subgroup that causes a student to be identified or a school to be identified as needing targeted assistance is the performance of students with disabilities. So this Every Student Succeeds Act conversation kind of wraps around and turbocharges the other conversations we've had earlier today about catalyzing and boosting the improvement of students with disabilities. So just wanted to wrap a little bit of context around that. It's Every Student Succeeds, but the needs of students with disabilities are why schools are on this targeted supports list and receiving services from the AEAs.
Go ahead.
This isn't really about the AEA with my comment here, but I want to say this. Results are coming out at a very snail's pace for districts to be able to do school improvement when it comes to these results. We recently got our report card November. So how do I create school improvement when I sift through a lot of data, my people sift through a lot of data, but we don't know exactly maybe a subgroup is going to be targeted to your point, Mr. Mays. And so when we get that, you lose a rating as a school district when you've got a target. So you go down a rating when you don't even know you had one. So not giving school districts a year to figure out what that target looks like, be able to create a plan to improve that, I think from my superintendent colleagues was very upsetting to hear, not given that amount of time. And then from a school improvement perspective is we take maps in our district, we get the data like that. So finding ways to get the data in districts' hands quicker is important to improve this process as well. And I have worked in a previous district where we were targeted. We did work with the AEA through a self-assessment MTSS implementation plan. And I think the AEA did a great job in supporting us with that.
All right, moving on to services provided in conjunction with special education equipment. Before House File 2612, AEAs received funds on a per pupil basis for public school students for the purpose of providing special education services. When HF 2612 is fully phased in next school year, the school district will instead receive the funds, but they will be required to spend at least 90% of the funds on special education services from the AEA. Special education funds, whether spent at the AEA or elsewhere, must be spent for special education support services. Schools could continue to go through the AEA for that equipment. Any discussion on that topic?
I think this is one of those topics that's a little bit complex or more complicated than the face of it. So first of all, with the funding, area education agencies receive no funding, or no funding is generated through the formula for provision of special education of students who are attending non-public schools. So we have always been able to provide occupational therapy and physical therapy within our allocation that is generated from public dollars, or for students enrolled in public schools. When we're talking about specialized equipment, then you're talking about perhaps equipment that is used for occupational therapists, physical therapists, even assistive technology to help students communicate. Because there was a pool of funding, we were able to deploy that for students to test, for families to test before perhaps having to purchase that through their private insurance, or for the parents to buy it individually, or for a district to pay for it if it was on a student's IEP. The deployment of that equipment is often done through our statewide van delivery. And so this is actually kind of the antithesis of the point Ms. Grano is making, in that special education, trying to track the special education dollars. The van delivery system is largely paid for by EdServ and media, probably mostly media funding. And we were able to capitalize on that and deploy special education equipment through that same system. So there was an efficiency there in how we got some of this equipment deployed. The other thing is, because there has been an economy of scale on this, we've been able to work with vendors of equipment for them to actually give us equipment that students could trial. And so there was really an efficiency in how the system knit together for students in both public schools and non-public schools, or for our birth to 5 students that were being served in their home or daycares. And so when you silo the funds, that's going to significantly impact the delivery system. It will also then impact, if all the money goes, if all the special education dollars go to where it's generated, which is the public schools, there is no money generated for direct services, speech language pathology, OTPT, and the related equipment for students in non-public schools.
Just a point of clarification. So you're saying that you're taking public school media service dollars and expending them on private school need for OT and machinery and things like that?
Did you ask specifically about media? Sorry, I was thinking through the end of the question.
You said media services and maybe some ed services. So you're taking media services, ed services, public school dollars to pay for private school.
Perhaps could you explain how media and ed service dollars are generated?
Media and ed service dollars are generated on enrollment in both non-public schools and public schools. So those kids are counted whether they're in a public school or non-public school. So students in non-public schools already had access to media and EdServ, and that is what the funding mechanism is for the van delivery system that deploys across the state. We were able to deliver, to capitalize on the already existing van delivery system to deploy special education equipment, and that's what this line item is. So it was not using those dollars to buy specific items.
But special ed services are just for public school students then?
So the formula currently generates funding for students that are in public school districts, and it is a public schools district responsibility to provide the educational component for students in special education and non-public schools. It is the AEA's responsibility to provide direct and related services such as speech language pathology, occupational therapy, physical therapy. So an example is in the Des Moines area, we have Des Moines Christian School. There are students with IEPs who attend Des Moines Christian School. If they have a speech goal, it is the AEA's responsibility to ensure that they receive those speech services that are on their IEP.
The special education weighting takes into account that this is the responsibility of Iowa
pass-through, so the Des Moines School District gets the money.
We do not receive pass-through funding for direct and related services. So this is something that has been a gap in the way the original formula was written to current practice. Is that what you're? Now, for the educational component, such as if they have a reading goal, that is the local district's responsibility, the district in which the non-public school is located. So in the case of Des Moines Christian School, it is within the Urbandale district. And so the Urbandale school is responsible for ensuring that they have access to their literacy instruction or their math instruction for special education as it's listed on their IEP. So it is not necessarily a parallel system, because the special education students that are in a non-public setting, the resident district does count them on their head count. But the difference is there's not a way for the AEAs to count for the directs and related service. And about 3 years ago, Mr. Bauer and I think it was 3 years ago, were on a task force covering the provision of a legislative task force regarding the provision of special education in non-public schools. And so some recommendations came out of that about how IEP teams think about those decisions and what services could be provided.
All right, moving on.
Just real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to, I want to thank everyone that wrote letters to this committee, and one in particular, Karen. She mentioned that there's between $6,000 to $8,000 for equipment for some students in Iowa. And one of the other things is, to Dr. Yellett's point, yes, they get to try the equipment. What happens when the equipment breaks down, right? So being able to have a van go get new equipment where the district doesn't have to go and purchase and shipping, and now the child doesn't have equipment necessary. So that was Karen's point I wanted to reiterate through her letter, and appreciate that.
Thank you for that. Moving on, next up is real property and facilities utilized by each AEA. While House File 2612 does not mandate any changes to property and facilities, the control now is under the AEA itself instead of the now advisory AEA boards. Any discussion on that topic? Sure. This has to do with the real property and facilities utilized by each AEA. So the final bill does not mandate any changes. However, control is now under the AEA itself instead of the now advisory boards.
I think the one clarification I would add is this again is not as directly tied to some of the other issues we're addressing regarding student achievement and outcomes for students in special education. But there is a little bit of a technicality around facilities, because we do have to deploy staff and you have to have for federal reporting purposes, for mileage, a home office center or an office center. So it's not just how many buildings are across the state. You have to make sure that there is proximity to how we're deploying services, and that families also have access to hearing booths and hearing screenings. So it isn't just about looking at the total number, but looking at how they're placed and then what services are available within those facilities.
That is one question I have too, is there data, or could we get data on how many families are utilizing services in the different buildings, such as the hearing booths and things like that? I think that's an important piece, is how the families are utilizing the spaces.
We can request that information, sure.
That's all I was going to say, is I don't know how to even speak to this without some real data and then things on what's going on in our facilities. How many people are using them? Is it, is it good use of dollars or not? We'd have to come back with that.
Any other discussion? All right, moving on. The topic is media services, educational services, and special ed services provided by each AEA. The Iowa Code requires the State Board of Education to set accreditation standards for the AEA in regard to these services. Any discussion on this topic?
I think that this particular topic encapsulates a lot of what was discussed during the round robin, so I'm not going to belabor the point. And but I do want to elevate that the department is looking at rulemaking. It's required to rulemaking, and regarding accreditation, regarding standards that the AEAs are held to. And one of the focuses that came out of House File 2612 was an increased look at outcomes rather than merely looking at inputs. And so I'm listening to this conversation through two lenses, as a committee member or as a task force board member, as well as the department's rules coordinator. So just wanted to make the task force known that the department and the state board are looking at greater attention to outcomes and student achievement in the AEA accreditation model.
This question for the legislators on the team. Was this topic really focused around trying to centralize certain services in certain AEAs? Is that what this is trying to get at? To where AEAs are really, you know, focused on some kind of a service or certain service? Is that what this is asking?
Any Senator Evans, you were the floor manager. Would you like to address this?
Yeah, just to briefly answer that. Yeah, I think you have the idea that it gives AAs the opportunity to do that.
Okay, thank you.
It had been recommended previously that the DE create a rubric to have those expectations for AEAs that were presenting and providing exemplary services. Was that ever created, or do the AEAs have that they can have when they have their site visits? Do we know how the AEAs are?
Are you referring to language in the last study from 2012? I do not believe the rubric was created.
So the DE did not do that part of it?
Not that I'm aware.
You're correct. That particular recommendation was not incorporated in the rule.
All right, moving on to recommendations and study for the services AEAs should provide, maybe just to dig deeper in the conversation we had earlier. House File 2612 requires the AEA to annually by January 1st provide the DE and to schools in the AEA's boundaries a report containing a detailed description of the educational, special education support, professional development, and media services that the AEA provides and the cost associated with each. This added transparency and communication that should help schools best know what all the AEA provides and how they can best utilize them. So that report is forthcoming. So any discussion on that?
As a first step to that, as Senator Evans is well aware, because it was in the original discussion, each AEA submitted to every district a quarterly invoice. So that came out for August, September, October, at the end of October, early November. So each district was made aware of what services they'd accessed in education services and media services, and then also services that were supporting students of special needs in the special education division. So that was one communication, but on December 12th, we are submitting to the Department of Education a comprehensive list of services that are provided, what cost is for the AEA, what it costs for a district to purchase those. And then the Department of Education has also requested that we submit what districts have purchased which services. So I think that is also included in the report being submitted on December 12th.
And I think that's extremely important. I mean, this is kind of the nexus of what we're here for, what services are there. If you look at the history of the AEAs, they continue to add services, whatever it may be, at the request generally of school districts. Something wasn't being met someplace else. And so as we look at the new funding formula, be it 60-40 or the 90-10 in terms of money flowing to the districts or the AAs. I think part of this study, by the time we get done with this, needs to identify some services that probably shouldn't be offered anymore by the AAs because frankly, they're not going to be able to do it. And I think you need to give the AAs some cover from a superintendent of school board saying, why am I not getting this anymore? There may be a reason for that. So I think we need to help. And I know the AAs are doing that and those reports would be helpful. And hopefully the reports to the DU will be shared with this committee before we make our final recommendations, what those services should be, what we absolutely have to offer, what we'd like to offer, and what we maybe can know the AAs may not be able to offer anymore simply because the districts are not going to, contract with the AAs for those services. So this is really a big part of what we need to look at over the future to see where the AA services should really focus in on, do the best for student achievement.
I think the crux of the issue is smaller districts are going to need more services just because they don't have the middle management and whatever, but yet they don't have the money. And as I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. I'm just going to call you Adam. You're actually at a pretty big, small school. So, I mean, but you were a superintendent of a smaller school. So he's going to need more services just because he doesn't have the volume, but then he doesn't have the volume to buy the services. Whereas I have a plethora of services in-house, and yet I've got the volume to buy the services. So
Goes back to equity.
yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the 10%, I don't know the meaning behind it. I really want more thought behind that 10% and what that means, because I don't know the meaning behind it. And to your point, some schools need a 0.2, speech pathologist, OT, PT. How do I find a 0.2? If I'm a rural school, where am I going to find it? Right. So I think there's some things that just are core that need to remain in place. And we really got to take a deep look at that and make sure that they're still in place for all students in Iowa, that being one. And then we got to consider too, think about the litigation costs. School districts are going to start getting sued because they do not have the resources provided. So special ed I just want to just say, leave it alone. Don't leave it alone. Let's fix it. Let's make it better, but leave the funding alone. It's 100%. We got to make sure that or we better know what we're missing before we move it to 90. And it better be something that we can, that's not going to hurt and cause great dissension and big problems.
Tagging on to what Adam just said, you don't know what's going to. And so you could end up with somebody who needs some either hearing or visual help. And if you didn't pay for that up front the year before, then you don't have that service for that child. So we need to make sure that that stays intact for all kids and that everybody would have access to whatever it is they need.
Something else we need to consider is there is at least 5 school districts in Iowa that are paying upwards of $1 million to send their child to another state because we do not have the resources in Iowa. We do not have facilities that can handle students with very high needs. And I'm not kidding with this, look it up. It's in Kansas City. They're paying $1 million to $1.2 million for that child to go to another state. So if that's happening, we got to take care of ourselves first. We got to fix this before we, that's another huge expense that districts can't afford. And that could happen to any school district in Iowa. We have to provide those resources. You have to provide those resources. So how are we going to do it? How are we going to make sure that they remain intact? Great point, Senator Donahue.
This just popped into my head. This all goes back to FAPE. My son had a wonderful preschool teacher who taught me a lot about FAPE and what that means, free appropriate public education. My son is visually impaired. There's a likelihood he will go blind. He utilizes services outside of the AEA on top of that. And, you know, he's just one of many. And if we have kids that are going outside of our state, we're not allowing them access to FAPE. And that's what our job is to do. And utilizing the services through AEA is how a lot of those kids bridge that gap. And the contracted services through the school, well, School for the Blind used to be Iowa Education, and the School for the Deaf and things like that. So we have to look inside so that these kids aren't being sent away from their homes and their families in order to receive the education that they should be able to receive here in our state.
Just so you know, we do and I just want to add too, we do we try everything we possibly can before we ever move a student out of state. It's when so they've been to, there's one in Dubuque, right? Dubuque. If nobody will take that student, then that's what's next. But definitely that's a very last resort. Just wanted to reiterate.
Just want to level set a little bit here. Just because a student is educated out of state doesn't mean they were denied a FAPE. FAPE is wherever the student is educated, wherever that student's least restrictive environment is wherever they can receive that free appropriate public education. And if it's in a specialty school in Boston, Massachusetts, or in Kansas City, Missouri, or in Dubuque, Iowa, that's what their least restrictive environment is. So I just like I'll leave it there. I made my point.
Regarding the 90-10 split, special education dollars must be spent on special education. So it's not like that 10% can go to a baseball field, right? So what it is the 90% you must spend with your AEAs, but if you have a special education need that is best served outside of the AEAs, you have the flexibility to spend that 10% to provide that service that you believe is better for your student. If you believe all 100% should be spent with your AEA, you have that priority, you have that prerogative.
Yeah, that's a point to be made, but the 100%, if I choose and I'm in a little district in Iowa, that means what, right? Like, so, I get what you're saying. I'm just, the 10%, I think what you're going to see is probably districts are going to use it to offset their deficits, right? 85% of the school districts in Iowa carry a special ed deficit already, right? So is that going to include more resources? I'm not sure, right? Because I'm using it on special ed, but I'm already running a deficit for XYZ. So I think it's loose. And I think, again, these are our most vulnerable students. These are our most vulnerable children. Let's make sure everything comes intact. I get what you're saying. I could add more, but is it going to be a direct impact on kids? I don't know. I think there's too much flexibility there, in my opinion. Yes, it can be used as special ed. So what report would I be giving back to the state to say that I am using that with special ed? Because I'm not currently giving anything as far as the 60% goes right now.
I think for me, I think the flexibility is something that's needed though. And I can only speak for us when I've talked to other soups as well, is that getting that additional money that we can kind of have the flexibility to use it how we need it. One of the things we looked at is staffing. So there may be some supports that we need for staffing to support those groups of students that we don't have, or areas that we're weak in, because let me speak for my district. We are one of the fastest growing districts in the state, but in that growth comes our ELL population is growing very rapidly, and our special education population is growing very rapidly. When I looked at from us statistically, or the data that we had in the beginning, I mean, where we had 3%, now it's jumped up to 21%, and the number just continues to grow. So whereas we may have, I know everyone's working with a deficit, but we just sometimes we need more teachers so they can reduce some of those class sizes, and so those students can get some of that individual attention that they need. And that's what benefits us with that flexibility. So it helps us with that.
I hear your passion, and I believe that your superintendent peers across the state should have the right to use their passion in that 10% to best serve their students as they see fit.
When's the last time that they changed the special ed weighting?
Only thing I was going to add to that about the flexibility, the problem with that is the equitableness of all this for other schools, because that 10%, when everybody puts 100% in, smaller school districts get everything that they need. When the bigger schools get to keep their big chunk of money to hire more staffing for themselves, it takes away from all the rural and small schools, and that's where it becomes a problem.
Yeah, we might be able to afford a half a person for that 10%. And I get it, it's different. It's larger in your district and in bigger districts, but for us, it's very small.
So not to belabor this, but if you pass that 10% on to your AEA and the other small districts in your AEA do the same, aren't you in the same boat that you're in today?
I guess my long story short is, are we going to ensure that all the supports are given that we currently have? You know, and I use money outside of special ed for special ed. I hire our regional director to come in and do audits within our district and provide professional development, which I pay ed dollars for that as well. But I just want to say, before you jump to 90, let's make sure that everything's intact. And that's what this place, that's what we're here for. And I don't think a study's been given on what the effect size of that is. I heard Cindy say down there that it's 12 people. 12 people in her AEA, which means that's, well, actually 50 in yours because it's 5 million. Ours will be 12 people. So who are they and what are we losing? Just make sure that what we're losing is worth, that juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah, there's some overall assumptions that have been made in a few statements here that we have superintendents and school boards in this state that will not make decisions based on what's best for their own local students. And I don't agree with that. School districts I've worked in as superintendents from as small as 250 to as large as 1,000. And I guarantee that people sitting around my board table would want me focused more on my own students' needs than using money that I have flexibility to use and offsetting other costs somewhere else, or reducing property taxes, or they would encourage me to look at my own students' needs first. So I think that's an unfair statement to think that some people are going to use the money inappropriately.
I believe that every superintendent in this state is trying to figure out the puzzle for their districts and the students in their district. I absolutely believe that. I think what's important to understand is historically well, first of all, the system was not set up that the formula generated the dollars to cover the students in every district. The formula and the original legislation was set up to create a pool. Whether philosophically we think it's a pool or it's not a pool, to take basically the same formula and say we're going to apply it on a kid for kid basis does cause us some gaps then. And what the issue is around, in my mind, the 10% is it's very different services. Dr. Seymour is charged, Adam Magliari is charged with getting an special ed instructional program set up in their district. They need to hire teachers, they need to hire paraprofessionals, they need to provide training. What that service provides at an AEA is personnel to lead child find or entitlement evaluation practices. It's direct and related services for an occupational therapist, a physical therapist, a speech pathologist. I absolutely believe Dr. Seymour is in a place to say he needs to use that money to hire another teacher. A year from now, we're going to have the conversation of Dr. Yellick needs to make that decision to hire another speech language pathologist. It's different services and different supports that districts and AEAs are charged with providing. And it comes together, or it's supposed to come together, for a high quality program for our most vulnerable needs, our most vulnerable learners in this state. And I understand we have to look at it from a resource allocation, but we're shifting resources from one kind of service to another. That's not necessarily a bad thing or right or wrong thing, but I think to Mr. Magliari's point, we need to be very thoughtful about it and make sure we're going to end up with the right mix for kids before we do it.
I also think we need to remember, we are, like Cindy said, we are looking at it in 2024 when this was created how many years ago? What we are trying to piecemeal together now for what school districts need are vastly different than when this was set up. So I think before any rush of moving towards that 90-10 split, the brakes just need to be put on. There needs to be the time taken to really do a study on what is that going to look like? What would that impact be? What are the ramifications for some of those schools that are at a geographic disadvantage? You know, it might be that Dr. Seymour is going to hire a special education teacher. If Molly's in a district that she would love to hire a teacher for that, depending on where they're at, that's going to be two vastly different scenarios. It doesn't matter if she has the money to do it. She may not be able to hire a teacher depending on where she's located. That's the reality of it. But yet, if she could contact the AEA and say, I need these services provided, there are things that the AEA can go in and they can do to support her. There's a lot to think about versus just how each school can spend that money and how the system is set up now versus when this was created.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if our goal is to improve those outcomes of students in the classroom, additional funding has to be placed in the classroom. I don't know if it's been, I know that there is a formula to look at how many is supposed to be on a special education teacher's roster. I don't know if that's formulated. I don't know if someone can answer me. Is it formulated at the district level? Is it a state code?
Local service delivery plans are done for each district by the district.
I feel like there needs to be more research around that, I guess, and what is truly realistic, because 17 kids is not realistic. Like I've already said, we've got to be able to hire more paras that have the quality training. And so I guess what I'm saying is I understand the wanting to give money to the school districts. I'm not for one second saying what you guys provide is not important. But I keep going back to that, you know, it's $500 million, right? And 19% of it is administrative cost. I just know that there's more funds there that could be placed in those classrooms. And if our goal is to get these kids to have a better education system all around, that has to happen.
Just because you've mentioned it a few times, what are you basing the administrative cost figure on?
What I've been told.
Dr. Illick, you may know from my experience, it's nowhere near 19%. It's far, far less. But that would be something we need to have for future information. So that information may be out there, but I don't believe it's correct.
So I think the exciting thing for everybody to look at for the future is that our special education dollars did not change. Those dollars still exist and are in the system. And with every efficiency that can be built, with every collaboration that we can find that makes the service delivery more effective, there are more dollars that are going closer to the students. And I think that in the end, that is the goal, doing the thing that's right for students and knowing that not one special education dollar has left the system. So less waste means more useful more uses for those dollars.
I'm not opposed to a 90-10. It's just, it seems fast. That's all my point I'm trying to make today is just making sure that we've dotted all of our I's, crossed all our T's, and ensuring that the services, I worry that's very quick and I don't know what the data back behind, again, what is going to be lost. That's all. And I totally trust my colleagues to use the funding appropriately. I just worry again that there's a lot of special ed deficits in Iowa currently. And naturally, it's going to offset some of that, which will be property tax, less property tax burden. So just ensuring the services exist.
One thing that I would like to say, when we look at the 90-10, are we wanting to make a decision, today, like as we talk, that this would start right away next year? Is that, what we're wanting to talk about? Are we wanting to make a recommendation that we continue this discussion? Are we, what I want to say is we have a very brief time to talk with no data. One of the last task force that I can find, they met for over 30 hours with a whole lot of data. I don't feel comfortable being able to make a recommendation for much of anything other than, wow, there's a whole lot more to talk about.
Let me address that. I mean, the public members are the voting members. We're just lumps up here. We don't get to vote. And my hope would be after we go through this list, and it's going to be up to you, is that the recommendation can be many things, but the one recommendation me personally, just speaking, would be that the recommendation would be that this report wouldn't be issued until like next summer, that we take the time to get all this information and what have you, and gather the information. Again, I'm speaking only for myself, but you brought up the question that we not meet next week because we don't need to meet next week. We don't have the data in front of us, and that over the next couple of months, that information gets together. Maybe we could convene a Zoom call while we're in session to get everybody up to date and send you that information. Then sometime after the legislature adjourns, May, June, after we've got all that information, we sit down and make significant or real recommendations based on a full school year of what happens and so on. So, but that's going to be your decision. But that's kind of where I'd like to see us go, so that we can make a real thoughtful decision.
This is Representative Ellard. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I think that sounds like a wonderful recommendation.
That is Representative Ellard, who's joining us from Denver, I believe. So we could hear you. Yes, thank you.
Just to tag on. Oops, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think we could sit here and talk about a 90-10 split for hours. I mean, but let's just call it what it is. If we're gonna, say, I think we need more time, I think we need more data, I think we need, those things, then, let's just keep going through the list of things to talk about and set that aside for right now and just keep going through keep going through the agenda.
Again, I also hope that the decision is that we wait. However, I need to clarify that the 90-10, because of the law last year, will happen next year. Unless we change that to hold off in this next session. So that happens regardless of whatever is decided here today. But I do hope that we can hold it off so that we can get more data. And that we do something in the legislature to hold it off.
Senator Donahue, that was also what I wanted to ask as well, as if we would pause, what are automatically part of code anyway, and what would that look like?
Yeah, so I mean, the public members, your decision will be to make whatever recommendation you're going to make, and the main one, I think, is to say we need more time and we'll make significant recommendations in May or June. And anything else you may want to add on there, that's yours. But anything that's currently in the law, unless the legislature takes action, it will go into effect as the law says. You can make recommendations different if you like, and they will be heard. Whether or not the legislature does act on it remains to be seen. So, but you're gonna, whatever recommendation you make, we will forward to the legislature.
All right, so we'll continue on. Fun fact, there was a question about the last time the weighting was looked at, and that was apparently fiscal year 2004. That answers your question about weighting.
Very good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well,
Very good, Siri.
thank you, my friend, Mr. Mays over here. Moving on to current accountability measures. So in the bill, we put in that the supervision of the Department of Education will be providing accountability for compliance, as well as adding superintendents to the AEA local boards. Any discussion on accountability measures? Go ahead, Senator.
Just a real quick point. I do know that the original bill said that the DE would pick up compliance, and that has not happened yet. I do know from my AEA folks that they are still providing all of that without the funding. So the DE has not picked up that particular section yet.
So I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that characterization. The DE has hired 8 of 9 regional special education directors, and it is in the process of staffing up throughout the regions. The issue is when the bill was passed, when the bill was signed, was after peak hiring season. So this is an implementation dip this year. Looking forward to bringing more department colleagues in to provide that on the ground regional support to the AEA system. I would like to briefly talk about the accreditation process that the DE is looking at going forward. Again, beating a dead horse here, outcomes. The current law, the general accreditation standards for AEAs, the prior law had 10 standards, one of which dealt with special education, one of which dealt with early childhood, and 8 of which were ed and media services and ed and media services adjacent. Thanks to this bill, there is a stronger focus on improving outcomes for students with disabilities. The accreditation and accountability model that the department is building is less focused on inputs and more focused on outputs, focused on on-ground visits rather than desk reviews. Any further questions about that, I'd be willing to answer, but piloting this year in Mississippi Bend AEA and learning lessons from that and incorporating those through the rulemaking process.
I think it's really important to kind of bifurcate the conversation around accountability versus compliance. It is true that I think the department is well on its way to implementing new accountability measures to AEAs. Great Prairie AEA, Mississippi Bend AEA will have their pilot visits, I believe, in January, and the other 7 AEAs will all have a site visit before the end of the academic year. So as far as picking up compliance work, I believe that 7 of the 9 regional directors of special education have actually started working. Several of the educational partner or EPC positions are in the hiring process, but have not been hired. Some of them have been hired, haven't started yet. A few have started, and many of the positions are still open. I think it's another thing that supports the conversation that we were having about let's have a thoughtful timeline. It would be much better for us to be responding about compliance and what responsibilities the department has picked up once the department actually has been able to stand up a division of special education. Right now, it hasn't felt significantly different in each AEA because of exactly what Mr. Mays is talking about. They're in the process of building.
That also speaks to some of the concerns that have been raised around the table. The DE is doing their level best to get those people hired and so on and so forth. Similarly, the AAs with the funding changes and so on doesn't necessarily give them the time to be able to react to that in a timely fashion. But that's some of the conversations been around the table, and it cuts both ways. It's been quick. I think the bill does a lot of good things, but there's some instability there.
As a classroom teacher, so you're hiring 9 people to see if they're accountable. Is that my understanding?
Each AEA there will be a Department of Education employee supervising special education in each AEA. Yes.
Thomas, maybe speak a little bit to the separation of service provision and oversight and why that's necessary from a federal perspective.
So one of the reasons there was a rationale for this change, and the rationale for this change was prior law, the AEA system and the department were sort of jointly responsible for oversight. And in visiting with my job alikes around the country, that seemed odd that there wasn't sort of like a final voice or a final authority about compliance. So but the AEA would determine something was in compliance. The department may or may not agree. They may be looking at the same data source. It was unclear who was responsible for compliance and general supervision. The bill made clear that it would be the Department of Education. Everybody's responsible for compliance. Every classroom teacher, every school psychologist, every superintendent is responsible for ensuring that each IEP that they are responsible for is implemented. So compliance is everybody's work. Outcomes is everybody's work. But the specific question about general supervision, who is ultimately accountable for, the bill made clear, House File 2612 made clear it's the Department of Education. The question was, is that done best in the Grimes State Office building, the luxurious Grimes State Office building, or is it better done having folks out in the regions, out in each AEA? So that is why the choice was made to have department staff not located in Polk County, but department staff throughout each of the 9 AEAs to provide oversight, to provide general supervision, and in addition to general supervision, providing coaching to improve compliance, improve performance. If you have any questions about that rationale, there was a specific federal law rationale for that change.
Tom, Mr. Mays, I think it might also be helpful to clarify the role of there are the 9 regional directors of special education have been hired, and there's also in the bill up to 40 other educational partners that will be hired, and what their role will be.
So the 9 regional special education directors will be responsible for compliance, general supervision. The up to 40 additional full-time equivalent department staff will be distributed. They will be located in the 9 AEAs, assisting the regional special education director, as well as working with districts and working with their AEA partners to implement state and federal education law, to implement the requirements of the IDEA. So I'm not certain, Ms. Hunt, what your point is, but that was the rationale.
Okay. I guess my point is, it's, as a classroom teacher, it is hard to hear that more bureaucracy is being added to make sure we're compliant. I can tell you right now, we're not in compliance. I am short paras, I am short staffed. They are not getting their SDI minutes on a daily basis. It is just hard to hear that you're adding more bureaucracy for oversight when I have a problem in the classroom and these students' SDI minutes are not being met on a daily basis. I get it. You have 9 people and the cost of those FTEs are not going to cover the entire state. I get that, but I keep getting paperwork. I get more paperwork year after year after year, and I'm teaching the same thing, and and I just keep on having to file out more paperwork. It just, I don't know how those compliance people are going to matter on student achievement when I know somebody in the classroom is.
So I'm going to ask you person to person to suspend your doubt on this, because the people who are coming in, the people who are applying to work at the department, I would trust them to make good decisions. I would trust them to provide good coaching and technical assistance to classroom teachers at the building level, as well as folks, their colleagues in the AEA system. I think this reverses a sort of unfortunate decline over time in the ability of the Department of Education to provide monitoring and oversight of special education. At one time, there was a division of special education in the department. And over time, it was downgraded to a bureau and then dissolved. And now it's being rebuilt. And it takes a while to rebuild that capacity that was consciously foregone over decades. So I'm going to ask you to suspend your disbelief, have some skepticism, a healthy amount of skepticism, but trust that these people are, like yourself, mission driven, and like yourself want to improve outcomes for students with disabilities.
I would just add that this was a topic of a lot of discussion last session. And Mr. Mays is right. Over the years, not because of the AAs, the decisions made at the legislative level, funding, so on and so forth, the oversight by the DE kind of for the special ed department just kind of went away. That wasn't because the AAs requested it. It just happened. And so the AAs took on that burden. I had the same skepticism starting out, but I do think what we ended up with these particular 9 people is going to vastly improve communication between the AEAs and the Department of Ed. I think it will hopefully result in less paperwork and less bureaucracy, because there's going to be better communication, because communication, through nobody's fault, wasn't as good as it should have been. And frankly, the DE personnel wise has been decimated over the last 15 years. It's hard for them to do their job also. So I think this is positive, understanding, Pat, your concerns every day in the classroom. But I think this will ultimately result in better communication and hopefully more efficient compliance efforts at the AAA and DE level.
All right, we'll move on to the next topic. The special education services provided by the department's Division of Special Education, AEAs, and school districts. The department's role is mainly oversight and compliance to ensure special education services meet federal and state standards. School districts are responsible for providing the services, and they can continue to have the option to work with the AEA to provide special education support services. AEAs will continue to provide child find and early access services and will continue to receive the funding associated with those services. Any discussion on that topic?
I'll start since my agency's listed first. I think a lot of this is a recap of our prior discussion. The proper role of the department in providing general supervision. I would like to highlight some of the things that the department has engaged in over the past few years about supporting specially designed instruction in early literacy and secondary transition, and building out similar specially designed instruction packages for behavior and math at the request of school districts, as well as training on those resources. The department, aside from the Iowa School for the Deaf, does not teach students. It supports those who teach students. And one of my goals here today is to listen to how the department can better support that. And with that, those are my prepared remarks on this topic, a lot of which was covered under the prior bullet point. And I'm going to turn my mic off and listen.
All right. Any other discussion on that topic? All right, let's move on to the overall organization structure that determines how special education services are provided. Any discussion? All right, next topic, how the operation of AEAs is overseen. Go ahead.
There's language in House File 2612, which requires inclusion of superintendents on local AEA boards. We think that's a fine addition. I know historically, the reason they were not initially involved is because they didn't want superintendents feeling like one district was advocated for over another. So I think this is something, as we've evolved, it is appropriate and will be helpful to have superintendents in that board. I think the one question I would have is around authority of the board. It goes to an advisory role on July 1 of 2025. And until we sort out the bigger issues that we've been discussing today, what are the core services? What is the provision of services? How is special education overseen? I think it would probably be not appropriate for me to make comment or recommendation on if that going to advisory role is appropriate when we don't know how the rest of services are going to be delineated.
I was just, excuse me, I was just going to say, I think there's too much still up in the air for the AEA boards as of July 1 to just move towards an advisory role. I think they still need to have some of that discretionary authority, which one kind of quote that I want to pull out of the last task force report, which I pondered a lot of this over Thanksgiving. And it says, maintaining discretionary authority would help insulate AEAs from the cynical but predictable political whims that affect public education in the state. I'm going to read that one more time because I want everyone to just kind of think about that. Maintaining discretionary authority would help insulate AEAs from the cynical but predictable political whims that affect public education in the state.
I was just going to ask Dr. Yellick. I know we have a advisory board now, and they're doing a good job. They're talking about, you know, a lot of different things. Is there anything in there evaluatory or anything right now with the board, or is there intent for that to be evaluatory at all as far as looking at the whole scope? I guess I don't know where it's moving to, or is this where it's at? And that could be a legislative question or to you. Right now, it's like they meet together, they talk about what's that next PD look like for superintendent networks, for principals, those sort of things. But is there anything as far as oversight or anything that they're going to be involved in? I don't know the answer to that.
I think we'll probably let Ms. Defoe or Mr. Mays clarify my comment. On July 1 of 2025, the boards go to an advisory role. So we're currently in the position of redistricting our AEA boundaries to elect our membership, and then superintendents will also be added to the board. So we currently have a 9-member board. Superintendents will be added, and then I believe we'll be left with 5 director districts, which will be elected similar to how they are, where your local school board votes on your membership on your AEA board. When you talk about the evaluation or the advisory function, this part of the bill has been probably, I would say this part of the bill is unclear to us. What does that mean with an advisory board when you're doing things like entering into contracts with the Iowa School for the Visually Impaired? You're entering into contracts with districts when they want to buy services from you. So as I say, I'm not sitting in a place to make a recommendation one way or the other, but I think it's unclear to us then how that's going to play out. We are under the direction of the Department of Education ultimately. So I think Mr. Mays will clarify.
So I think this is an illustration of how an initially filed bill gets to enrolled and signed, because there are things, they're clearly labeled as advisory boards, but there are things within that changed over time, that changed as the bill moved through both chambers, where the board does have duties that are beyond merely their advisory. And so I think over the next short period of time, those can be fleshed out. There such as the things that were specifically mentioned, such as entering into a contracts. It's not advising as to entering, but entering into the contracts themselves. And so I think that if there's any clarity that the department can provide to the 9 EAs and their boards, advisory or not, that's homework that I've assigned to myself and my colleagues.
Is that something that we could or should, I guess, make a recommendation that we have cut and dry expectations or recommendation for the boards that we could have to them by, say, January 15th or, you know, something like that, so they would know what is coming to them so they have time to prepare?
Like a roles and responsibilities, or just to better define what the advisory means versus, yeah, I'm sure that could be a recommendation, sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, the public members are going to make that decision. You might, if you make a recommendation, Dave, might want to delay the implementation of that because we may not be there yet. That might be something the legislature could easily take on and pass a bill clarifying that. I mean, it's part of a huge overhaul in that one little part. It's important, but it kind of get lost in the shuffle. And so you may want to recommend that we take action on that before the July 1st deadline comes to fruition and try to clearly define what that role should be. That's up to the recommendation you all make.
I was just going to say that's a very important piece, because how do we sustain from this panel moving forward, those 5 that are going to be on the board, whatever comes out of this, how does sustainment happen with those 5? Because I think there's a good partnership that can happen there, good conversation. So it can be a very great thing, but what does it look like? And I'd like to see more information from the department, I think, on that.
Okay, moving on to, where are we? The accreditation standards related to the EAs. The bill updated the accreditation standards to specifically add accountability and support for students with disabilities, but also for all students. Any discussion on this topic? Next up is the timeline for modifications to the staffing numbers of AEAs and the transition of responsibilities related to oversight. So this continues that conversation. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Well, just that it'd be nice to know. I don't know how many people are employed by, the AEA. I don't know, how many levels there are. So it would be nice as a board to be able to make those decisions, to just have more information.
There were 3,400 employees of the AEAs when we started this, and 550 employees of the department.
Excuse me, I was just going to say it would be nice if we could get a breakdown of, like how many of those are occupational therapists, how many are physical therapists, how many are speech language pathologists, how many have now had to go to virtual services, how many, if we could have each one of those in categorical areas would be helpful.
Apologize. Did you want to turn on your microphone and make that comment?
Adding on that, just how many of those, like she's asking about the breakdown, and I was just saying, and how many of those are within each region too.
It looks like we're at the end of our agenda, unless I'm missing something. S- Are there any, I guess we can go on to closing comments?
We might want to, um, we've kind of fleshed out a few things about the complexity of this and the fact that we probably want to take our time to get some real firm, meaningful recommendations. There may be some other recommendations. Dave, we might want to just go around the room quickly and just have anybody say anything they may want to say. And then, I don't know, maybe take a real 10-minute break and be back in 10 minutes and public members can kind of commiserate and decide what they may want to make a recommendation that they're going to vote on before we.
And before that, do you want to say what you said about the recommendations, just to clarify?
So that this body is charged with making recommendations. It's not necessarily clear to whom. The recommendation could be multi-leveled. It could be to the legislature. It could be to the Department of Education. It could be to the State Board of Education for rulemaking. If the statute seems to be serving its purpose, but it could use a little clarity, maybe you don't open up code, maybe you address it through administrative code. So I'm just offering that out there. The rulemaking process is a little bit more agile. Legislation is a little bit more shelf stable. So I'm going to offer that to you, to my colleagues on the task force for your consideration.
And I think that's a point well taken. I mean, the recommendations will go to the legislature, could also go to the state board and the department. And if they can, for example, on the responsibilities of the AA boards, they could act quicker on that, so be it. But I think probably the recommendations can go to all three places if you make a recommendation on that. So I think that's probably a point to consider.
So any discussion on any potential recommendations, or do you want to take 10 to think about it? Okay, let's take 10 and be back here at 1:56.
Which means Yeah. We're just missing Pat, so.
Well, we have our own. There's all the soil itself.
All right, we'll get started again if we could, please. Pat is gone, but she'll be here in a second. So we've reached that point now. So we wanted to go through all the charges that were in the legislation as well as some of your opening comments. I think what we'd like to do now is just engage in a general conversation of anybody that wants to speak about anything. And then hopefully one of the public members will have a recommendation to make. And we will take a vote on that recommendation after we discuss it. We have 10 public members that are with us today. So whatever the recommendation is, we'll take 6 votes to pass. And we'll take it from there. But for right now, before we adjourn at 3, what we'd like to do is simply have a conversation, whatever you may want to talk about, and then I'm assuming somebody will have a recommendation. And when I think everybody was pretty much in agreement that we want to spend some more time on this, and if that's the recommendation, that we wouldn't meet next week, but we would wait until after the adjournment. And any information beyond what we've already talked about that you would want us to gather for you, feel free to let us know that so staff can get that to everybody. And then if that's the way the recommendation goes, whatever information we get, we'll share with the members of the task force. And then when we figure we're ready to go, we'll set up a date and try to make some more significant firm recommendations. But with that, just open up to anybody who has any comments or questions as we move towards a proposed recommendation.
I think everyone in here would agree that we need to figure out a way to get more resources into the classroom. So I feel like there's a lot of information that we need in order to make good, solid recommendations. One of those is the breakdown of where the funding is going to that is provided to the AEA. It'd be nice to have that in terms of how much administrative, how much, also talking about the staffing charts. We know out of that 3,400 employees, how many of those are, people who are actually going into our classrooms and providing services to our children. I'd like to see a list from schools, which was talked about. It sounds like maybe, I can't remember if it was going to be in her report, but a list from the schools of what they believe the essential services are. And it'd be nice to have those separated into the 3 buckets so we can understand which area that comes from, what piece of the pie. Part of that, I understand some of the services provided, but I don't understand everything that they provide. So a list of that, again, in the buckets would be nice. And how much money the state spends on special education as a whole. It would be nice to know how that compares to other states. I know there's been some talk about, we haven't looked at weighting since, what did you say, 2004? Yeah. Okay. So it would be nice to know where we sit in that. Are we competitive in how much we're putting into it, but maybe it's not being spent in the buckets that it needs to be to show those improvements for our children. So that would be another thing. So for me, I felt like, you know, I was able to add to this conversation today the challenges I see in the classroom with my children. But some of these items, without having that information, it's kind of hard to make recommendations. So
I just want to summarize because you mentioned several things there. So the request of staff or the DE, whomever, breakdown of the funding for the AEAs, where the money goes, which I know the AEAs can provide, staffing levels in terms of administrative cost and people that are actually in the schools. And it'd be interesting, something we'll have to think about, to poll school districts what they think essential services would be. And maybe DAAs do that now, I don't know, but one of the conversations we have is about essential services, core services, which is something I think we'll need to consider later on. Then lastly, how much state funding goes into special education, but just as important, Mr. Mays, I'd like to see the federal funding, because there's huge, substantial amount. It doesn't have to be detailed, but exactly how much money is coming in, not only from the state, from the feds, making sure we're getting the best bang for the buck, if you will. So that's what I heard, and if that covers it, very good. Pat.
Just building on that, I'd like to see per district. How much, I mean, 10% in my district looks a lot different than 10% in somebody else's district. So if you could do everything, Department of Management, break it down by whatever and how much they're now keeping and how much is flowing back to the AEAs per district.
So a recommendation I would have is, and my colleagues might get mad at me for this, but AEAs have been building this plane as they've been flying it right now. They have not had an opportunity really to really dive deep into this new legislation and see what's working, what isn't working, I mirror that with this task force. So as we go through the next 2 years and funding is changing, I don't think this should be a one and done. I think that this task force needs to stay intact while these changes happen, because we don't know the impact of if 90-10 goes through next year. We don't know the impact of 0-100. That's going to make a big difference, right? So then what are districts doing with, what are some things that we can gather that and see? There are highlights that have happened through this legislation. I've come off a little bit negative today. I see a lot of positives that are happening, but I just want to throw caution in the wind here on some things that we just don't know. And I'll end with that for that.
Anybody else? That wasn't quite a recommendation, but we'll get to that point. Everybody's talking right now. Eventually I'll need somebody to offer a specific recommendation moving ahead. Go. Okay.
I have a recommendation that this task force remain intact for the next 2 years or at least for a longer period of time. So do I need to be specific on that? Or maybe my colleagues could help me be specific, but I guess more information, more data along the agenda items that were given today so we can dive deeper into those. And then the impact, because there's going to be a whole nother year of things changing and there's going to be a whole nother wave of impact that's going to happen, so that we stay in tune with the changes, so we can really help advise. So does anybody have
I would just say at minimum of 2 years, I don't know if we have to put, because it's going to be a long lasting, like you said. So it's going to take at least a year to see the full effects from this first year, from July 1. And then it'll take another year to see, okay, now let's look back at that data and how do we go from there?
having said that, I think once we have a lot more information, there may be some recommendations we can put forth prior to that full year, right? Going through. So maybe you're thinking different times where we can give recommendations.
I'm saying to have a full scope, right? Yes. So different things will happen along the way. And specifically, but we just need more time, and we need to be on that 2-year cycle together as we look through all these changes and specifically these areas. This was a very big agenda today. Great conversation, but again, it's all qualitative. We need some quantitative measures in here as well.
let me, try to help. Maybe I agree with everything that's been said. I think perhaps the public member might want to look at a recommendation similar to that, that would say that we gather all this information and so on and so forth. We get it out to the committee, and that the committee, the task force meet after the legislature adjourns for the year before July 1st to process that information and perhaps make recommendations, significant recommendations then. And one of those could be to stay in force for another year. But for now, let's, get through that, because when we come, if you make that recommendation, we come back in May or June, whatever, you can make further recommendations at that point. That's probably the way I would try to attack it. Is there
Representative,
you want me to summarize that? Yeah, go ahead, Robin.
I just wondered how you would handle things that are going to be unknown then going into the next school year, if we would wait that long to meet again as a task force that are still needs to be decided.
I make a recommendation that the task force gathers the data that we have requested, and that we reconvene once the legislative session has adjourned for the session.
When did you say your report was going to be done?
The report is due to the Department of Education on Thursday. And then they will upload it to the legislative portal. I don't know what that is, but they do by January 1. So I assume by close of business on December 31st.
And could I ask, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, who's virtual. I understand your concern. What do you think would be maybe a better timeline to meet once more, so that if there's changes that need to be made, you would have time to do that before the next school year?
Yeah, so I'm just thinking through a lot of these topics that we've talked about. There's still uncertainty. So maybe there's an opportunity that there can be some recommendations that don't need to be in code, but could be potentially part of the rulemaking process, would be my suggestion, that we would wait till after the legislative session. And please disagree with me, Mr. Mays, or any of the representatives, if that doesn't make sense, but that's kind of what I'm wondering.
That probably makes some sense. We've raised a couple of issues here today, with the board of directors for the AAs being one of them, that we need some more clarity. And that could be through the rulemaking process. Plus you have 5 or 6 legislators here that have heard that, and that may be something we want to take a look at that isn't too controversial, that we could maybe make some changes. So via the rulemaking or whatever, I think Josh's points are well taken. So, but you still have the motion on the floor that basically would say that we will gather the information. We've figured out what that information is, including the reports the AAs are doing sometime in the next 6 to 8 weeks, get as much information as that as possible to the public members, knowing that after the legislature adjourns, we will call another meeting of the task force to really dig into it with the proper information in front of us. Cindy.
I just have a clarifying question, I think, for the people who've made the recommendation is, so are we saying then that the task force will continue to meet over the course of some period of time, gather data, and make a recommendation then in June or May or whatever that timeline is, that would not impact current legislation? So is that the intent of the recommendation? Because according to House File 2612, like funding will, the only way you would change the 90-10 split is if the legislature acted on it this session. If you waited till June to make a recommendation and say we don't think that should happen on July 1, it would be too late for that to be changed.
Well, I plan to make that recommendation today still before we leave. I just wanted to iron this part out first. I think there's whatever the checkpoints look like. You're going to have an end of the year review of a 40-60 split and 100-0 flow through, right? Let's look at that. And then let's go to the next year, whatever legislation decides, and take another look before this task force is done to say what was the impact of that change, right? Because you got two phases that are at play here. So not that I want to throw a bunch of miles, but this is important. I'll be anywhere and where I need to be. But I think I don't want to prolong this committee, but I think there's phases that need to happen in there, decisions that have to be made. Phase 1 is this year. What did it look like? What are the recommendations? Then end in next year, phase 2, and what those things look like as well. So my recommendation is 2 years while these changes are made, that this committee meets here, there, however many times is up to you guys and whatnot.
I don't mind some type of wait, but I do think that we're assuming that the individuals that are here today are going to still be the individuals that are going to be available in a year. That we can't go with that assumption that these are going to be the exact same people in the future. So I just want to put that out there. I do understand the want for more data. I agree with that. The need for more data. I agree with that. But we can't have that assumption. So that's just something to think about as everyone's kind of making the decisions.
Yeah, very good. So we have a motion on the floor, which just simply says that this task force will continue to gather information, which we've asked for. And after the legislature adjourns, we will convene the task force again to see if there are additional recommendations. That's the recommendation which we'll vote on. After that, if there's other recommendations, we can make those, but this would be the first recommendation to make sure we know where we're going in the future and get the data points. Is there any more discussion on that, Robin?
I think another important piece of, I don't want to say prolonging this, but really taking the time is that will hopefully give the Division of Special Education time to get established, get their roles defined, get those roles up and running, so that hopefully then once that's defined, up and running, the AEAs have their role defined as far as, that advisory board, then there can be some cohesiveness in that as well.
Very good. Any other discussion? Pam?
I understand in wanting to get the data for the 90-10 split and things that are technically already in code. But my understanding was this task force was to come together for additional recommendations. So I don't want us to lose sight that, yes, we can give our input towards things that have already been decided, but we're also here to see if there's other things that we want to recommend, which is, for me, I guess I would like that information. And then I would like to see us meet sooner where we can discuss these things and discuss if there are other recommendations that we would like to recommend. Because personally, I think it would be important to give it to the legislators while they're still in session and give them that report. So I would like to see us meet sooner. I understand wanting that information and meeting at that point, but I would like to see us meet sooner as well.
Yeah, the task force can make a friendly amendment to meet before that. I was just thinking the legislative session gets a little hectic, blah, blah, blah. But if the task force wants to amend that to meet in the end of March or something, after we've had time to really get some information, feel free to make that recommendation.
How long do you think, I don't know who I should be asking this to, it would take to get all of this information?
Oh, 3 years. No. Yeah, if you had to have it, you could get it in a couple of weeks, but to be realistic, I would say, February. I mean, just to get it all together, and there's a lot of things going on right now, and that would still give the task force plenty of time. I mean, so that doesn't have to be part of the recommendation. I mean, the understanding of this group could be that we want that information as soon as possible, and no later than Valentine's Day or something like that. And then if you want to amend your motion or change the motion to say that the task force would convene sometime during the legislative session, once we have the information, feel free.
Can we make a recommendation to meet sometime during legislative session, perhaps end of February, early March? And then again, once we have the information, June-ish.
We're getting into the weeds here of funnel week. Somebody should be able to look that up.
We have 2 legislative funnels, although that doesn't always stop something from happening, but certainly helps. Yeah. March 7th is the second funnel, first funnel.
So just logistically, if you want the recommendation to say, once again, somebody's going to make this motion, I hope, that the task force has requested a plethora of information that they would like as soon as possible, but no later than Valentine's Day, let's say, or February 1st, and then that the task force would convene sometime after March 7th to go over his recommendations. That would still give, and our schedule is till May 2nd this year. So that would give the legislature some time. Yeah, Jane, go ahead.
We have a motion and a second, and so we do need to vote on what was presented, which is not that. Okay, so I guess I called a question on the first one. Let's vote on that one.
Can I just ask a question? So can we vote on hers and then make another motion to meet the earlier time?
We can vote on the motion that's on the floor. You can vote it down or vote it up. But if you prefer something else, you can vote that motion down and you can make a new motion with the earlier meeting date. How's that sound? So the question was called, so we will move to a vote on the motion. The current motion is that just what we said, that the information would be gathered and that we would convene the task force again after the legislature had adjourned for the year sometime in May or June. That's the motion. Although it takes 6 votes to pass out of 10, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The motion defeated. Thank you, Jane. Now, make your other motion.
I would like to, okay, I would like to make a motion that we would collect a plethora of information and have it received no later than February 1st, and that the task force will reconvene after March 7th during legislative session.
That would be, yeah. You can make that decision later. So is there a second to the motion, which would be that we request the information be delivered to the task force members and the ex officio members by February 1st, and then after March 7th, the task force will reconvene?
My only question would be the control over whether you can get that information by February 1st. And that isn't for me to answer.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that was February 1st or as
Or as
soon
soon
as
as
possible.
possible.
I mean, give them flexibility. If you would accept that as a friendly amendment, that the information be gathered by February 1st or as soon as possible.
Or as soon as possible.
Okay. Second on that motion. Adam seconds it.
Does it make sense to meet after? Question was, does it make sense to have it after the funnel deadline? If there's a recommendation that the legislature needs to act on, we would need a committee to get it. I mean, what's that? Oh, so, I mean, there's a process. I mean, otherwise it would have to be amended in the Etta Cropes bill or something like that, which I'm not sure is what we would be recommended or perfect, ideal.
Other legislators, have thoughts on that? Or we should do it before the funnel, have the task force meet before the funnel in case they make a recommendation. Yes, what?
I would say we need to meet.
Okay.
Just logistically too, so February 14th is the last day to individually submit a bill. So as I told Senator Evans, it's just going to need to be a study bill if we go past that date, if we meet for the first time. Yeah, correct. No.
There are ways around it. We have recommendations, but the point's still well taken that we may want to move that date up. Go ahead. Well,
And I'll just throw another wrench in there. There's still a lot of data that we won't have because the schools haven't had enough time and the AEAs haven't had enough time to see how this is affecting students.
I think that's why we'll meet again. I think this one will primarily be more the new information we do receive, and is there things that weren't passed that we want to recommend outside of the current legislation?
the task force is commissioned, if you will, by the Legislative Council for 2 meetings with other meetings if requested. So we could meet prior to March or after March 7th, and then longer term request one more meeting in the summer to be able to look into that. Robin.
Okay. The initial task force report was due to the governor's office, or due to Governor Reynolds, I believe, by December 31st. Would it be appropriate right now to just recommend that we extend that deadline so that we don't miss that cutoff? It doesn't.
The way I would
Okay.
view it, that the recommendations we're making is the report for December 31st, which says we're going to meet again and make our recommendations. And I think that probably covers it. Yeah. Yeah. But good thought. Yeah.
I just don't want it to appear somewhere that,
Right.
the task force met, but didn't have, they didn't have the recommended report due on time, or, those deadlines.
Okay. So we'll get back to this eventually. The motion is for after March 7th. Do we want to change that? Okay. So how about a motion that says gather the information and that sometime before March, sometime, we don't have to set a date, but that task force will meet sometime in February. Prior to March 1st would be a good way to do it.
Okay.
And then to other people's concerns about the rest, getting even more information, we can request another meeting, which I would assume we would be granted to make further recommendations. But this way we might be able to address the board issue and other issues in a timely fashion. Cindy?
When I look at the requested information, breakdown of where funding is going, that will largely be driven by what we reported in beds and internal HR records. Core services, you've heard quite a bit about the report today. We've also issued the invoices to schools. How much does the state spend on special education? I think that's a number Mr. Mays probably can pretty easily track down. What the federal funding component is, and the 10% per district, we've run that so districts would have that for planning for next year. I would say you could have this data by December 31st. I mean, there's nothing on the list that we aren't compiling in some way, shape, or form. And the AEA end of it, you'll have by December 12th.
So would it be reasonable to say that we could meet in January?
Reasonable, yes. likely. January is to be really, really busy around here. I think if we call for the meeting in February, we can work that out. But I appreciate Dr. Yellick's point that most of the stuff is out there. We just, the public members haven't seen it, and some other people haven't seen it. So we should be able to put that together. Pam?
Would there be a way to gather information? I know we don't have, and I know we'll meet again on it. And I don't know, maybe we want to leave it alone until the, after the school year is done. What's your guys' opinion? Do we want any kind of feedback on how things are going thus far with current legislation, or do we just wait for that piece until summer and just cover, what we might have for different recommendations outside of the bill? That's a question to you guys, I guess.
Senator Evans.
Yeah, my response to that would be, and I can defer to the other superintendents in the room too, that we're pretty early in the school year to really take a look at the books financially and see what services we received, what services we need to maybe consider as core services or not. So reconvening after the session would be a good recommendation, I believe, in addition to the mid-year. Yeah.
Okay, I move that to recommend that the task force reconvene in February.
But we've got a motion on the floor. If you'd like to withdraw your motion.
I will withdraw that.
Very good. Any objections with withdrawal of the motion? Hearing none.
Okay.
We have no motions on the floor. You're free to make a motion.
Okay. I move that we reconvene the task force in February, and then
No, go ahead.
we will have the information prior to our meeting in February.
That's correct.
To include.
Yeah. Any information requested, and you're requesting information on facilities. So the motion, it's getting convoluted, isn't it? The motion would be that the task force will meet after receiving information. They will meet in the month of February.
Prior to the first funnel.
Yes, prior to the first one. Yes, which is in March. So that'd be in February. But yeah, very good. Second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, the motion is that the task force will receive the requested information and then reconvene before March 1st. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. That motion passes. Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that in this legislative session, that I would like our legislators to look at one more year of 100-0 flow through for special education dollars while the task force researches this all of the impact that that's going to provide. So it's not to always be 100-0, but it's another year switching from 90-10 to 100-0 while we get more information.
There's a second. Second by Robin. Okay, discussion on a motion, which would be a recommendation from the task force to ask the legislature to delay by 1 year the move of special ed money from 100% going through the districts, but having to go to the AAs and instead of the 90-10 split. Bam.
I guess I kind of would like to see what comes of the 90-10. It's sorry. we've already started the process, right? Correct? I guess to me, they haven't.
We're 100-0 right now.
So when does it take effect?
So with all due respect, I feel like our legislators put in the work to make the decision that they made. And we have met for several hours and are second guessing. So just something to consider, letting it play out and then understanding what occurs, what good school districts do with that 10%, the superintendents who requested it. And again, allowing superintendents who don't want that 10% to leave their AEAs to continue to pass it through.
I'm going to say it's our prerogative as a task force to recommend that. My guess is you guys are not going to take that recommendation. It's passed. But as a committee, if that's what we feel like, by all means, we go ahead and do it. So, I mean, I don't foresee it being accepted, but if we want to make that as our recommendation as the task force.
Tom, and then
I think as the task force members, we are all representatives. We're imperfect representatives of multiple constituencies. Like there are 2 superintendents, 1 education law attorney, and I think we need to be when we make these recommendations, have a little bit of a light footprint for folks who've already decided that they want to take advantage of that 10%. Would we be in effect hamstring? Boxing in a superintendent or a school board that has decided that they want to take full advantage of that 10%. So I think in deliberating on that recommendation, there ought to be a little bit of humility. I understand the superintendent's point here, but there are 300 and some odd other superintendents who are not in this room.
So when you speak about budgets, I'm working on this year's budget. I'm not working on next year's budget. That's called a wish list at this point. So right now we're working in this year's budget. I have not seen the impact of the 10%. No one could give me the information today. Had you given me the information that all of these things will remain intact, that every kid in Iowa is going to receive the same resources with that, I know it's a minute cut, but it's a big cut to some. And so once I can see from the task force, then I could make that recommendation. But until then, I don't understand moving at the speed of light here with something that directly impacts kids, directly impacts them.
I think Adam said it best when he just said moving at the speed of light was something that impacts kids. We are tasked with making recommendations that are going to impact every student. Because whether or not there is a student that is receiving special education services, they could be a brother or sister, their classmates, their peers. They are on the playground. They go to the public libraries. They eat lunch with their peers. And so the decisions that we make do affect every single student. The skills that special education students gain affect their peers in those relationships, and it helps all of the students grow. Every decision that we make affects every single student. And the more time that we can put into that, the better it's going to be.
I wanted to raise to what Mr. May said. We do have a recommendation on the floor that does say that we would get information and then meet again in February. would it not be a doable thing to ask other superintendents what they believe about the 90-10 split and the 100-0 and have that information before we would meet again in February?
Point well taken. Pam.
I just want to remind everyone we haven't taken the 10% from the AEAs and giving it to the schools. It's not a cut. I am all for getting more funds into our school buildings for them to be able to do like what Corey has said, maybe hire an additional special education teacher. And I think this is one way. I mean, change is always hard, but this is one way to see if indeed this can benefit more districts than what, they may not think it's going to benefit them. And in the end, it may when they have that flexibility. So I guess for me, I just want to remind everyone, this is not a cut in funding for our special education students. This is giving flexibility back to the schools, who are the ones who primarily, they're the ones in there every single day, making sure our kids have their paras, their special education teachers, and giving them flexibility, I think, is important.
Corey.
I just wanted to mention that there's going to be impact no matter what. If we keep it the same, people are going to still struggle with some of the things that they struggle with, or continue to have services. Or if we change it, it's going to be some impact one way or the other. I think it all amounts to is, I know that smaller districts are feeling one way and larger districts may feel a different way. And even within those smaller and larger districts, it's within those individual districts and the stuff that they need for their districts. And I did mention about, I can't speak for every single person, but I know that in my district, I know my special ed teachers are stressed and they're struggling and they need some help. And something has to be done a little differently, I feel, to give them some additional supports that they need. We know that in our state, that it's hard to find, those are hard to fill positions already. And I don't want them to feel that they're in a position where they're not getting the extra supports where I have, or the other superintendents have an opportunity to speak to their staff in their buildings and ask them what they need. And we have some funding to provide them with some of the needs that they're requesting to support the students that they see on a daily basis. So whatever's decided, I know it's going to be an impact one way or the other, but I just wanted to put that out there.
I think Dr. Seymour's comments are so appropriate that it is going to impact one way or the other. The special education teachers in the districts are stressed. The speech language pathologists are stressed. So it is going to impact employee groups. Probably only Senator Evans and I are of the vintage that we got to go through something called data-driven leadership several years ago, where we were taught that a high-stakes decision should be given time and data. And I think what people around this table are saying is, on this issue of 90-10, we don't have the data we'd like, and we haven't taken the time we want. I think for districts, for large districts, early in our conversation today, we talked about the flexibility they have around education services and media services, and they have more funding than they can spend in some cases with the AEA. There is nothing that precludes them from using those dollars to hire special education staff. So next year, when that 40% of funds flow to them, the rest of the EdServ and media dollars, those can be used across funding streams because those go into general education funding. So there is an opportunity next year for some greater flexibility than they currently feel this year. I would just again say, I believe it's a high stakes decision. I believe last year, yes, some superintendents asked for this and some superintendents vehemently opposed it. It's going to impact everybody differently, and we just need to give it the time and the data that we think is appropriate.
Well, I think it's probably low stakes because they've already made up their minds. But that's what I want to ask you. Brent, you worked on this bill probably as much or more than anybody else. You've talked to people. You arrived at 90-10. Where did you get the 90-10 when they talked to you about it? What was said? Why did this happen? Why is it here?
No, um, the governor's recommendation was different. It would have eventually been 100% flow through. And I think this was somewhat of a compromise position to take some time and look and see what the impact would be. I think that's what happened. 90-10 was more of a little bit, not going as far to see what flexibility was there. And so there are members who think that 10% flexibility is good. Some others would rather have it stay at 100%, but I'm not sure. I'll let Lynn answer that. I mean, I talked to some and it was split, but Lynn would probably, Senator Evans would probably know.
Yeah, I think Cindy's kind of alluded to that, it depends on the school district that you talk to. We had a number of superintendents that were perfectly fine with 100% flow through to the school districts. Some wanted no disruption in the current system. They want status quo. Originally, language in the bill that came to the floor was 90-10, but the other way around. 90% stayed with the school districts, 10% automatically went to the AEAs. But after numerous discussions with AEA chief administrators and bringing in a number of superintendents from around the state, having face-to-face discussions with them, this is what was arrived at for the legislation that passed.
More discussion. Closing comments.
Closing comment is just this. I just want to make sure that the foundational level, I totally respect the fact that Dr. Seymour's got things that he needs in his district. If the funding hasn't been looked at in 20 years, there's a discrepancy there. We all know that, but we've got to make sure the foundational level of special education services still remain intact.
So the motion is simply that the current legislation calls for the special education money to go 90% to the districts that must be spent with the AA, and the other 10% must be spent on special ed, not necessarily at the AA. The motion would be to extend that change to July 1 of 26. That's what the motion is. I'm going to take a vote on the motion. I can take a voice vote, but I suspect it might even be close. It might be appropriate to take a hand vote. So I can take a voice vote and rule, but I think it'll be clear. So those people that are in favor of the motion to delay the implementation of the 90-10 split to July 1, 2026, please raise your hand. 4. Those opposed to the motion, please raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't get. Motion was defeated 4-6. Are there any other recommendations? Again, these recommendations will go to the legislative body. Yes.
I do have a question. I had read through all of the letters that people had sent. Somebody had said that they would like to have an expedited budget process to encourage earlier school service requests to the AEAs. Is that something you need?
I don't think there's anything statutorily that requires the timeline for the district planning process. Would that be accurate, Mr. Mays? So we are engaged in those conversations with districts starting now and intend to have those by the end of January. I wouldn't say we're fine. I don't want to characterize it that way because there's a lot of drivers impacting schools as well. SSA, what funding they're going to get, what happens with continued implementation of teacher salary supplement, a lot of things. So I think in a lot of cases, districts won't be in a place to definitively say to an AEA, this is exactly the service, but I don't think there's anything statutory requires it. And I don't believe there is anything, I don't believe that they will have enough information to definitively enter into contracts with us for service by the end of January.
Are there any other recommendations to be made? If not, the report to the legislature will be that this task force has requested a lot of information and that we will reconvene the task force again before March 1st to make further recommendations. That's what our report will be. Any other comments on any of that? And I'm sure whatever day we pick, it'll be a blizzard warning. I'm sure. With that, I turn it over to Co-Chair Senator.
Well, I would just say final remarks. Thank you for all of your participation. I think it's been a really robust conversation. It's very clear that everybody in this room deeply cares about the system and making sure that we are delivering high quality services to the most vulnerable students in the state and supporting all of our districts and all of our schools and all of our kids. So thank you again. And with that, I will call.
Yeah. I mean, I want to say thank you too. It really was good conversation. We have a lot more work to do come March. So appreciate you taking the time. Everybody have a happy holiday. Josh, we look forward to baby pictures and you being here in person by March 1st. So.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.